Welcome to the House Elections and Apportionment Committee. This time I call the committee to order. Just a few reminders for our committee members and for the public here this morning. We just ask that everyone be respectful of the conversation this morning and not to respond with applause or any other type of audible response to speakers. Please be respectful and seek to maintain decorum in the committee meeting. We do have quite a few people signed up to testify this morning. So we are going to establish a 5-minute time limit for members of the public and want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. And so we will establish that as we begin. At this time, I'm going to recognize a member of the committee, Representative
Mr.
Ben
Chairman,
Smaltz.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask
Representative Pierce.
a quick question. Sorry to interrupt. So is it the intention of the chair to have a vote on this bill today?
The committee will make an motion and second the motion, and we'll go from there.
Okay, because the reason why I ask is, we got the maps less than 24 hours ago to see what the actual proposal was. We've had this bad weather. I drove home to Bloomington yesterday and back up here, which was no party, to get back in there. And so I'm concerned that having only one hearing here in Indianapolis is limiting, particularly with this weather conditions, people being able to get here. You might recall that when you kind of oversaw this process in 2021, we had a series of hearings throughout the state. We had a meeting in Valparaiso, one in Lafayette, one in Elkhart. We had a meeting in Fort Wayne, and also here in the House chamber. That was in August, a month before actually any bill was considered. So I was wondering, would it not make sense for us to do the same process that we did before? I mean, this is the same significant change that we're making to these maps. So why wouldn't we want to have a meeting in every congressional district as we did in 21?
Representative Pierce, thank you for your remarks. I appreciate your concerns, and I will take them into consideration. Representative Smaltz is recognized to present House Bill 1032.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, members of the public who've come in today. I'd like to start with an opening statement, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman, and then I'll go into the sections of the bill. Over many months, I've carefully considered and evaluated the question of redistricting, and I've not approached this responsibility lightly. While this may not be the course everyone prefers, it is the one clearly available to us under the law and under the constitutional structure the founding fathers intentionally created. What we are doing here is consistent with what is taking place across the nation. States such as California, Virginia, Texas, and Missouri have already completed or initiated revisions to their congressional maps, each relying on the authority granted to them by the Constitution. Across the country, congressional districts are being drawn with political considerations in mind because the law allows it, and because the Constitution assigns this very important task to the states. The framers themselves, Hamilton, Madison, and their contemporaries, were fully aware that what we now call gerrymandering existed even in the earliest years of the Republic. Yet they still vested the responsibility for drawing congressional districts in state legislatures, bodies they understood to be partisan by nature. The Supreme Court of the United States has repeatedly affirmed that drawing congressional districts to favor a political party is authority that rests squarely with the states, unless and until Congress chooses to otherwise legislate. For nearly 238 years, Congress has declined to alter or limit this authority, leaving the long-standing constitutional design in place. Until Congress acts under the powers granted to it in Article 1, Section 4, the responsibility remains with us, the states. I remain fully committed to carrying out this duty with integrity, transparency, and respect for the legal framework under which we operate. The founders entrusted the states with this role, and I intend to fulfill it faithfully. To be clear, we have drawn these maps to create a Republican political advantage. Districts 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9 will be 753,948 individuals. Districts 4, 5, 6 will be 753,947 individuals, meaning a standard deviation of less than 1. Efforts were made to minimize dividing county and township units. In fact, the current maps divide 8 counties, whereas the new maps divide 7. The current maps divide 13 townships, and the new maps divide 9. These maps, while favoring Republican congressional candidates, are more consistent with the political makeup of the state of Indiana as a whole. I believe everybody's had a copy of the bill since it hit the bill list yesterday, House Bill 1032. I'll go through it briefly. Happy to stand for questions following. Section 1, LSA has not found anything saying that the General Assembly cannot redistrict mid-cycle. Section 1 makes it clear and provides clarity that we are completely capable of doing that. Section 2 is COVID language. If you remember, when we drew our maps, we had plenty of extra time because there was an issue with the census, and we ended up doing it in an unusual date frame. So we're removing that. Section 3 is the pathway that any challenge to House Bill 1032 will go. It'll go to the Supreme Court of the state of Indiana. We're very aware that while some states have a late fall or late summer primary cycle, we do not. Our dates are coming soon, so this will expedite that process. Section 4 is a date change. We change that when we do redistricting. Section 5 is a date change, and it refers to the new maps. Section 6 is a date change, and what it says is the old maps expire so that the new maps would begin. From there, it is each individual district. I won't go through each of those individual sections. So if you would, fast forward to section 8. There is an occasion where districts may cross precinct lines, and it gives a method for resolving that if it should happen. That eventually happens. Sections 9 and 10 are merely conforming changes. Section 11 requires the election division to assist counties with implementation. And section 12 makes clear that somebody who is currently serving in a district stays as the representative of that district until the new Congress. So if you're in the 119th Congress, you are in the current maps. And if you are running for the 120th Congress, you will be in the new maps that we're creating today. I do know that the Secretary of State's office is here. We've got some excellent expertise if there's particular questions. And that is the bill, House Bill 1032 for redistricting. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Smaltz. This time I would entertain questions for Representative Smaltz. Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Representative Smaltz, if I understand your testimony correctly, you're saying the whole point of this exercise is to give Republicans 9 seats out of 9 as opposed to the current 7 out of 9?
Representative Pierce, thank you. I'm glad that you understand this is purely for political performance. It doesn't guarantee 9 Republican maps, but it does give Republicans an advantage for that to happen.
And why did the majority, your party, your caucus, decide that this needed to be done now?
I think now is the time frame that we have. Representative Pierce, we don't have the luxury of more time in putting this off. Our campaign timeline starts very soon. We can't put it off like a state, maybe Virginia has until next August. We do not have that. Our filing date opens in 30 days. So we need to work through the process in an expeditious way. So now is the time.
Further questions, Representative Pierce?
Yes, unfortunately, I have a lot of questions, which you can imagine. It's a pretty complex topic. So, because as we know, this has been discussed since August, and we thought last week that this wasn't going to happen, and then it is going to happen. And so, is it happening because President Trump threatened to primary Indiana members, Indiana Republicans who didn't go along with his demand that these maps be changed?
I am super happy that you asked that question because I've been hearing that for quite some time. And I will tell you, that is categorically untrue in my case. I can't speak for everybody, but I will tell you that I did talk to the president, that I did talk to Vice President J.D. Vance twice. I found that they were very professional, that they provided and laid out their case, that they gave me information that I could check myself. And since we have had since August, I have had plenty of time, adequate time to consider. I haven't laid down one way or the other for the last several months. And I was not forced, coerced, or otherwise arm twisted into doing this. I felt like the administration was very professional in allowing me to get there on my own. So no, to your question, categorically, no.
Well, obviously, Representative Smaltz, there's the issue of you as the author of the bill, but there's also the issue as the caucus as a whole, because this was obviously a caucus decision. And so you're aware that President Trump tweeted out several times that the rhinos who won't get on board need to be primaried. And in fact, he called out Representative Bray, Senator Bray, and some other members who then unfortunately got swatted, a number of them. But would you agree that there's pressure placed on the caucus by the president with his tweets, basically saying, if you don't go along with this, I'm going to primary you?
I will tell you, Representative Pierce, that political pressure is part of politics. And I will counter what you're claiming with yesterday, because I support this. I was threatened to have my family killed in front of me whereafter I would be killed. That isn't going to change my mind. It's political pressure, and it's part of what we've run for these. We know that is going to happen. It is not an unusual part of the process. You've been here a long time. You've seen it. It's part of the process.
And so same thing with Governor Braun's tweet saying that, or his posting saying that he would, primary people didn't get on board with redistricting?
If you're asking me if I felt political pressure, I can answer that. I can't tell you what other people feel, but I have not felt any pressure that has caused me any great concern. I wasn't thrilled when somebody threatened my life and my family's life because I support this. And I think there's certainly people on both sides who are trying to apply inappropriate pressure. But in my case, from the president, from the vice president, and from the governor, I have not felt any pressure that I was uncomfortable with.
The chair recognizes Representative Jackson for a question.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to state, if I could.
Representative Pierce, I recognize Representative Jackson. I will return to you.
Okay.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Smalls, since 2021, when these last maps were drawn, what criteria has happened to determine that these existing maps require revision now?
Well, I would say that the movement across the country is becoming the new norm of redrawing maps. I think that what we're seeing is in states like Virginia, Maryland, Connecticut, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Missouri, North Carolina, Texas, Ohio, and Florida taking action now has the potential to create a political imbalance in Congress. And I think, and to be fair, I hold no ill will to the Democrat states that have been doing this for years and years. They were smart. They followed the rules. They took it to court, and they were supported. We're doing the same thing now with the hope of maintaining political balance.
So
Representative Jackson for a follow-up.
So basically, Representative Smalls, you're saying this is retaliation. Okay, what problems with the current maps have been identified that require immediate legislative actions?
I think if we look at the maps, we drew them in a way that created a political advantage where there was not one.
Okay. Has there been any evidence of population shifts or demographic changes significant enough to warrant mid-decade redistricting?
These maps are entirely focused on creating a political advantage for Republicans in the coming congressional election.
Thank you.
Representative Pryor is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also have a lot of questions. But before I ask my question, I just want to make a statement about the pressure that Representative Smalls alluded to. I think it is very appropriate for us to have pressure. But what I don't agree with is violence and threats. That is not pressure. And to what I was hearing, and maybe that was not the intent, to make it seem as though that is somehow okay and a part of the job. It is not a part of our job to endure threats and endure violence. What happened to you is deplorable. What happened to the other senators and any legislators, any violence of any kind, because we are human beings just like anybody else. And our job is here to represent people, and people are more than welcome to express their opinion. But anytime it goes beyond expressing their opinions and it goes to harm or danger and violence or threats, that is not acceptable. And I just wanted to make that very clear, because I don't think that it was very clear initially. My first question, I'm not quite getting a clear understanding. Well, I guess you're saying that you're doing this for political pressure. What consideration was given to the racial makeup of these districts? Because it may be political gerrymandering, which is okay, but when you look at Congressional District 4, it completely cracks that district. And that would clearly be racial gerrymandering, and that is not constitutional.
No consideration was given to that at all. These maps are drawn purely for political performance.
Okay. But that does not mean that they're not racially gerrymandered. I just want to be clear about that. You did it for political performance, but that does not mean that it's not racially gerrymandered. So thank you for that. And you said that the president and the vice president gave you the case, gave you their case for this. What exactly was their case to do this?
Well, one of the things that they brought up were the other states and what other states were doing. We talked about the Constitution. We reviewed Supreme Court cases like Rucho v. Common Cause to understand how the Supreme Court was going to rule should this reach them. They talked about a Democrat strategy of sue till blue, and were able to show that the left would sue in court until they were able to get some sort of political advantage. We saw that here in Indiana. We're currently seeing that in Utah, where they have sued their 5 congressional districts to redraw their maps. So those are just a few of the things, and I'd be happy to sit down with you later and go through some of my notes that they were able to share with us. They talked about what the future held, and they talked about political imbalance. But yeah, I'd be happy to sit down with you later and pull my notes out.
And that would be helpful. But let's talk about why we're doing this and what precipitated this. And I heard you mention about the blue states. What was the first state that redistricted, did the mid-decade redistricting this year?
I don't understand your question. Can you restate?
So what state was the first state that did mid-decade redistricting this year?
I don't know that that's a fair question. I think you have to look at it in more of a whole, look back the last 10 years, maybe longer.
Well, I think it's very appropriate, because all of a sudden this year, we had the president asking or demanding that red states redistrict so that he could get more Republican congressional seats. There has never been a Democrat president that has given orders to Democrats to go out and full SWAT do redistricting mid-decade. So I think it is appropriate for us to talk about
I think
why we're doing it right now. And as Representative Jackson appropriately stated, it's retaliation.
Yeah, I think that you really do have to look at a larger timeline. I don't know, but I would suspect that there was a strategy from the left, from the Democrats. When you look at states like Maryland that have 9 seats and about 40% Republican population, they have 0 Republican seats. Connecticut has 0 Republican seats. They have about 40% Republican.
Were those done mid-decades, or were they done?
They were not done. No, that's to be fair. They were not done
and I think
mid-decade.
and I think that's the point that we're making.
I think you can make the point that it is an unusual thing. I made that case when I explained in my bill presentation that this is something that you don't oftentimes see. I'm not sure what the point is, but it is happening. It has happened. I think that Texas is doing it. I think California, now their districts are 50 Democrat to 2 Republicans. They have a substantial Republican presence there. I think you're going to see Colorado try and unwind out of their congressional redistricting commissions. I think in Virginia, and while we're trying to do this exactly as the timeline of any other bill happens, Virginia came out and passed a congressional change or a constitutional change. They're going to pass it again the first or second week of January if everything tracks. And then they're going to put it to a ballot in a very, very expeditious, to be polite, way.
Thank you for that, Representative Sposs. I think the point of it is that this is unprecedented to do this mid-decade. And so unprecedented, in fact, that while I did hear you say that there was nothing in quote unquote statute that forbid us from doing this, clearly it is if we need to make clarification of it as a first statement in our synopsis. So it's very clear that it is not something that we should be doing because it was never considered that anyone would do a full mid-decade redistricting, because what data do we have? Which leads to my next question. What data did you use to come up with these maps?
So we used a group through the National Republican Committee to help us write the maps. We looked at presidential elections, the last 3 presidentials. We looked at Secretary of State races, and we were able to formulate a map that was written purely for political performance.
And so it is my understanding, so you don't have updated data.
To provide
The numbers that you gave us are just numbers that the Republican organization that you worked with to come up with the maps. You're basing that number
I'm
off
summarizing that. If you want more extensive information, we can certainly do that. But I'm telling you, we based it on presidentials, the last 3 presidentials.
Okay.
We based it
So
on
it wasn't
Secretary of
based on
State.
census data, which is, from my understanding, we're supposed to base our maps based on census data. But what you're telling us is that the data that you use is Republican data, and it has, maybe it has a correlation, but you didn't say that it has a correlation.
No, it absolutely
to census
does.
Data.
You can read that in the bill. And I skipped through those sections. I'd be happy to go back and read the county, township, precinct census block, because we did use the census data that we have available to us.
Okay.
We had to do that because we had
Okay.
to get to the right population
So-
numbers.
But is that information up to date?
Yeah, I think the information that we have is a census that the federal government
When
provided
was
with
the
us. In
last
so
time we
much
did a
as it is
census?
correct from the federal government, I can't speak to that.
When was the last time we did a census?
We did the census in 2020.
And so are we to assume that there has been no demographic changes from 2020 until now?
Population changes.
Population changes, demographic changes?
We used the 2020 census, which is the most current information that we had available to us.
So there is no guarantee that the numbers that you gave us about the population in each congressional districts is accurate. And
Well,
they could be off based on what we're supposed to be using based on
I think
Constitution.
the census department under President Biden indicated that some of the census data was incorrect to begin with and moved 6 seats from Republican states to Democrat states. So I think there's always some sort of doubt you can have in the numbers, but it is the best number that we had available, and we districted based on the best number that we had from the census data provided to us by the Census Department in 2020.
But I think it's important to note that under 2020, the data that you would be pulling from President Trump was a president, not President Biden.
Well, I think that the census that was collected, because the census takes quite some time to establish, that is one of the reasons why we couldn't do a census immediately. It takes some time for that to work up. So I think everybody has some culpability.
Well, the culpability is the person that was in charge.
Well, at the
And it
person,
wasn't-
so
and
the
it wasn't
person in
President
charge
Biden.
represent
And it
prior, the
wasn't- it
person in
wasn't
charge
President
when that
Biden.
data was released
But
very, very late was President Biden.
Well, 2020, Trump was president. How long have you all had these maps?
I think we've had them, I saw them earlier this week.
And if this is,
I think I saw them about the same time you did.
so you saw them about the same time I did, but you've been working on them for months?
I've been working on the reasoning behind it for months.
Okay. And let's talk about the, from the racial standpoint, what numbers, or what is the racial makeup of and composition of the districts?
I have no idea.
Don't you think that is important?
These maps were specifically drawn for a political advantage.
Okay. Done for political advantage. And so then you don't know whether or not they violate the Voting Rights Act then?
I have
Because
no
if-
idea about that question at all. All I know is that
Wouldn't that be important to comply with the Voting Rights Act?
we did not look at any other information other than what created a political advantage.
Okay. I'm done for now. I'll have some more questions later, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think back to 2021 and the floor speeches that you all made, and you were so proud of having the compact communities of interest, everything done that way. And here we are today, where the only thing that matters is political. So you've talked about some of these Democrat states having been lopsided for years. So why wasn't that a concern for you in 2021?
2 points. First, I think that Indiana has tried to write its maps forever the same way. But I think we finally reached a point in time where we're seeing the federal political situation become more lopsided, or at least have the potential to become lopsided, which is unacceptable.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's lopsided now. There's a majority of Republicans in the Congress, and you've got the White House. Where do you see that it's unbalanced by Democrats?
California 50-2.
Well, isn't Indiana 7-2?
Indiana is 7-2.
So, and in our, when it's statewide races, that's what usually is something like 40-60. So I would say we're unbalanced as well. So why do we need to be more unbalanced?
Well, I think 50-2 is an exceptional imbalance. I think 9-0 in Massachusetts is an exceptional imbalance. 5-0 in Connecticut is an exceptional imbalance. I think it's time for Republicans to do what the Democrats have been doing for years, that the Supreme Court has ruled is within the purview of the states to do, until such a time as Congress fixes it for everybody.
And
Which I
what would that
encourage
fix?
them to
What
do.
would that fix be?
I think they should have a committee hearing. They should have an honest debate. They should write a bill that can be reviewed and work through the process, just like we work through processes to solve problems here.
Sorry.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much of this mid-decade redistricting attempts is driven by state-level consideration, Hoosier needs, versus national-level political priorities?
So I think when we come back in session, you're going to see the consistent effort by the General Assembly to improve the lives of people of Indiana, that this is one topic of many, many topics. We'll probably have 1,000 topics to deal with over the next 90 days, where we will work on energy costs, and we will work on education, and we will work on balancing our budgets, and we will do the things that are important. One is not absent the other. I think it's a whole body of efforts that we're going to take the responsibility that we took an oath to do, to make the lives of Hoosiers better where we can and get government out of their way so they can improve their own lives as well.
Respectfully, Representative Smaltz, I've been here 7 years, and in those 7 years, we have brought bills forward, amendments forward, time and time again, and those bills and amendments would have improved the lives of Hoosiers, and my colleagues, such as you, voted those bills down, voted those amendments down. You had the opportunity just this last session, which was a budget set hearings, to add in those provisions that would not take away Medicaid, that would not take away a lot of the services that Hoosiers need. They're suffering today. And now you want to say you're going to wait until next year? Well, that's fine. But instead of us sitting here talking about redistricting, would now be the time that we should be talking about those issues? They are suffering today.
Well, I think you need to consider.
Next month, they could be out on the street.
So I think you need to consider that in the last session, we did balance the budget. We had a $2.4 billion hole in the budget. We did balance our budget. You can be in government as gracious as possible with the funds that the taxpayers have given the government. You can't have an open checkbook. You have to make tough choices, and we did. And we've done that in every budget cycle that I've been here. We balance our budgets, we maintain our AAA credit ratings so local units can borrow money to create the infrastructure projects, the wastewater treatment plants, the roads and the buildings that their communities need. We've expanded the choice of education and made sure and clear that parents are in charge of students' education, not institutions. We have freed up our Second Amendment rights repeatedly in the last 10 years that I have been here. I would say that the list of things and the good things that this General Assembly has done, and frankly, Representative Jackson, the vast majority of the efforts that we take in this room is bipartisan, normally unanimous. It's a very small number of items that we disagree on, and that's just a natural political occurrence. But I think over the time since I've been here, we have made Indiana a better state and will continue to make it a better state. And I'm looking forward to doing that over the next 90 days.
Thank you. Representative Pierce.
Yeah, I do.
Representative
Representative Smaltz, I don't know about your community, but the community in my district, I have received countless phone calls about early child care and how that has been cut, how people are not able to afford to put their children in child care. They are receiving bills where they have had to come up with money to pay the state back from monies they have received in 2024. Child care is essential when you have a job and you cannot afford to pay. You have to make a decision. Do I go to work or do I stay home and take care of my children? You know, you can say whatever you want, and I do appreciate it. However, when you receive the phone calls and you see people are suffering, that's what I'm going by, not what you're saying about a balanced budget. Because a balanced budget means nothing when people are hungry, when they don't have care for their disabled relatives and children, and when they don't have child care. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Smaltz, I wanted to get back. I think I heard you say that you relied upon some national Republican operatives to draw the maps. So, and that was happening, I assume, out in Washington?
I believe so. I believe that's where they're at. I'd have to think.
Okay, and so somebody out there sat down in front of a computer and cranked in the data and drew the maps?
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. You have to have an algorithm to try and figure out, based on the inputs, what your maps are going to look like.
Okay, so the maps that we're looking at today came from DC?
I guess I can't honestly answer where they're based out of. Maybe is a National Republican Redistricting organization.
Okay. Now, I think, and you said that you didn't consider minority characteristics at all in drawing the maps?
We wrote these maps for a political advantage for Republicans.
Okay, but isn't there a problem in that you have to consider minority characteristics in order to avoid diluting votes? Isn't that a legal requirement?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so how would you admit that by redrawing the district that contained most of Marion County and now dividing that 4 ways and running those districts all the way to the Ohio River is significantly diluting the voting power of minorities who live in Marion County?
I can only say that those districts now have a Republican advantage.
Do you admit that this new map is likely to remove a minority congressman from the Indiana delegation? So there'll be no minority representation at all in the Indiana delegation?
I think that a Republican candidate that runs in that district would have an advantage.
The next question I have is, our Constitution requires that our elections be free and equal. So I'm wondering, how is an election for Congress free and equal when you're essentially erasing 40 some odd % of the voters who are Democrats by essentially saying they deserve no representation in Congress whatsoever by rigging these maps in this way? How does that meet the constitutional requirement that our elections be free and equal?
Is the constitutional requirement one person, one vote?
Well, that's a federal court ruling in Baker versus Carr, which goes back, I think, to 1962. I'm talking about the state constitution. Our own framers of our state constitution said that our elections must be free and equal. So I'm trying to understand how we meet that standard if we essentially freeze out 40% of the voting population, making it very difficult, if not impossible, for them to have any representation in Congress whatsoever.
I think everybody's vote counts.
Yes, but you've said for like 20 times, and I understand why, that you're doing this for partisan advantage. And the speaker, I believe, said in some communications that he's put out that they want a 9-0 map, right? The goal is a 9-0 map. Is that not the goal? 9-0 Republican map?
I would like to see a 9-0 Republican map, but we still have an election.
But this map is an attempt to make it unlikely, or at least difficult, for Democrats to elect any members of Congress in this state. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's more nuanced than that. I think we've got some Republican districts that might have been R+16 that we have reduced to, I think, R+10. I think the state of Indiana is generally, based on the political information, R+10, 9. In the majority of the districts that we have drawn are R+10, R+11. The 1st congressional district is R+5. I think the 7th maybe comes in at R+5. So it's less. the political makeup of the state of Indiana.
Okay. Did you find it difficult to draw a map to achieve your political goal?
I
Your
think
partisan political objective?
honestly, I think this whole process is difficult. I don't think it's something that what anybody really wants to do. It's just the tools that are available to us. So, every part of this has been hard. Nothing's been easy.
Because what I'm wondering about, another thing that one is supposed to consider when drawing a map are communities of interest, right? You want to maximize districts that reflect common communities of interest. And so as you were drawing this map, and I draw your attention particularly to the districts that divide Marion County 4 ways and then head on down to the Ohio River at various points, did you consider communities of interest at all in drawing the maps?
One of my primary considerations was trying to keep counties whole and keep townships whole. Those would have been 2 of my priorities.
You obviously failed in Marion County, right? Because that's not whole.
I think there's, I think I'd have to concede that Marion County is one of the counties that is divided.
But I guess my question is, as you were drawing this map to achieve your political goals, did you consider the impact on communities of interest, particularly by having people in Marion County in a district that also touches the Ohio River?
I think that I've been very clear that these maps were drawn for a political advantage.
And so communities of interest was not a consideration.
I think I've been very clear that the maps were drawn for a political outcome.
Well, so you're not bothered by the fact that would normally be a consideration in drawing a map? It's kind of understood that communities of interest would be one of your guiding considerations as you decide how to draw the maps?
If you're asking me if I'm bothered by the process, I would say that this has been an uncomfortable, difficult process at every step. I don't think it's been easy, so I don't think I could say anything other than every step of this process has been bothersome.
Okay, and what about compactness, right? So I know that Representative Sturwald, who carried the 2021 bill, was very proud of the fact that he had very compact districts with nice straight lines. And in fact, many people would go back 25 years and say, look at that Democratic map from 2001 and how it's all zigzaggy and going all the way across the state and how horrible that was. And now we have a map being presented to us that it's got districts, zigzagging from the center of the state, Marion County, all the way down to, Louisville over near Cincinnati. So did you consider at all the compactness of the districts?
I think what I considered, and I'd mentioned earlier, that there is a solution for all of this, and that is for Congress to take action with the powers vested in them in Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, which under Republican leadership and under Democrat leadership for 238 years, they've declined to do.
Well, with all due respect, Representative Smaltz, we have decisions to make right here, right? And one decision we could make would be to honor the Constitution and make sure that we have free and equal elections by not having partisanly drawn maps. We could make that decision now. We don't need to wait on Congress to do anything for us to make that decision.
I think the courts are going to decide the constitutionality of what we're doing here today. You and I are not going to today, but that is going to be a decision that the courts make. And I believe that we are on firm constitutional footing and that they will decide that what we have done here is within the state's purview to do exactly the way I've written this bill.
Thank you, Representative Smaltz.
Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to Congressional District 7. Why, you'll probably say what you've been saying, but I just want to hear it, I guess, maybe again. Why did you decrease the Black citizen voting population in Marion County?
I think we reduced the Democrat voting.
No, the Black,
We
the
did not.
racial
We
minorities.
didn't consider. I think that district was, I'm looking for my date, I'll just do it from memory. I think that district was D plus 21. and as it is written now is D+5. So it was written for a political advantage.
Okay, but I asked about the racial.
You keep asking about that, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
keep telling you.
I'm keep asking
We-
about
we
that
wrote-
because
we
it's
wrote
very
it for a political
because it's
outcome and a
very
political advantage.
troubling. It's very troubling to me. So, what particular legal basis was it for you to draw the maps in such a way that
Yeah.
in such a way that these maps are racially gerrymandered?
So these maps were drawn for a political outcome. I used a very important court case, Rucho v. Common Cause, that lays out that drawing maps in a partisan way or in any way is entirely up to the states. The states have the ability to regulate how that happens. The federal government has the ability, although they have not. But that court case is one that I would point you to, Rucho v. Common Cause.
Okay.
I think it was 2019, if that makes it easier.
So you're okay with having racially gerrymandered maps because your priority is for political advantage?
These political maps were drawn for a political advantage. They're
And-
politically gerrymandered, if you'd like to say that.
But they're also racially gerrymandered. And my question to you is very simple, yes or no. You're okay with politically or racially gerrymandered maps if you get your desired outcome for political gerrymandered maps.
Yeah, really didn't look at that data. I looked at political advantage, and that's how these maps are drawn.
But in order to comply with the Voting Rights Act, why would you not look at the racial makeup of the districts, particularly in Marion County?
I think that'll be something that the courts will decide if we've done this appropriately. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough if what we have written in House Bill 1032 complies with the law and complies with the Constitution. I think we'll find it out there.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the long list? You had gave us a long list of how the Republicans had done all these things and how great Hoosiers are supposed to be because of all the laws that we've had passed in the state. However, can you explain why so many Hoosiers are having a difficult time if what we have done has been so great? Why are Hoosiers complaining about their utility bill? Why are they complaining about child care? Why are they complaining about health care? Why are Hoosiers having such a difficult time? And if Republicans have done such a good job, not only locally but nationally, why not run on the maps as we have them? Isn't your record good enough?
So I think that the first part of your question, I said that we do things here to improve the lives of Hoosiers. We've done it every year. The General Assembly convenes. We address things that Hoosiers complain about every year. That is what we do. We try to be successful in our policies. We try to balance our budgets. We try to make sure that we're doing the right things with education. And I think we're going to do that again. I think we come together every year over the course of the summer. I don't know how your summers are, but I talk to my constituents about things they're concerned with. Childcare is one of them, working on some legislation for that right now. In Northeast Indiana, I think we have about 9,000 employable workers that can't work for lack of childcare. So it's a substantial problem. I'm looking forward to trying to help solve that problem, or at least make it better. But I don't think government is the answer for every ill that comes somebody's way. But we do our best every time the General Assembly convenes to make lives better.
So I live in Congressional District 7, which is a district in my current district has one congressperson, and the only African American in the state of Indiana. And I'm very proud to say that my congressman has been laser focused on bringing back money that we send to Washington back to Marion County, and explain to me as a person that lives in Congressional 7, District 7, how is it that this constituents, the constituents in my district is going to benefit by having someone that is not going to be laser focused on my district.
I think you're making an assumption that a public servant that runs for a congressional seat is not going to be laser focused on assisting and helping the constituents within the district they represent. I have one congressman in my district in where I live, but now I will have two. So I'm not sure that that's an advantage or a disadvantage, having two voices in Congress instead of one. I don't know that it's an advantage or a disadvantage for Marion County to have four voices in Congress versus essentially one. So we'll have to see, but I would find it hard to believe that somebody who runs for office as a public servant wouldn't do everything possible for their constituents as much as they can.
You don't think that it's going to be more difficult for Marion County to get stuff done?
I mean, I think you're making an assumption.
Even locally?
I think you're making an assumption, and I think you can assume anything you like. I don't know that those are related, and I certainly would hope they're not.
Okay. Well, I think that is going to create a challenge for Marion County to have four people to represent them. And for, quite frankly, for people to even know who their congressional person is, because this is a big switch from the norm of what we've had. We've always had two, and now we're going to four for political purposes, not for the good of the people, but for political purposes, I think is what you've consistently stated throughout the process.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Smalls, I was so happy to hear that you're going to do what you can next session to work on assisting those people, get people who have issues with childcare. But what disturbs me is this last time when we had new maps, you weren't on this committee, but the legislature held public meetings throughout the state to get public input. And they had those meetings during times where the weather was not like it is today. 7 to 8 inches of snow, icy, dangerous conditions, which has taken people 3 times the amount of time in order to get from one destination to the other. With such a short time notice, 2 days at the most, that we were having a hearing today. I appreciate your concerns on other issues, but I don't see where their concerns were being taken into consideration today. Now, these are individuals who reside here in the state of Indiana. These are people who elected you, myself, as well as the other 150 legislators to serve them. But it seems to me everything that I've heard from you has come from these maps are being redrawn for political performance. But what about those Hoosiers who have helped to build this state to get it to where it is now? What about their feedback? What about their interests? What about them? Where are their voices in this?
Representative Jackson, if we can conclude our questioning here shortly, we are looking forward to hearing from the public.
That's fine. But I think
we
we want to hear the answer.
Yeah, so my answer would be that this bill is going on the exact same timeline as every other bill that comes before the General Assembly. It's hit a bill list. It's going to committee. We're going to hear public testimony. It will sit a day. It will be open for amendments on second reading, just like any other bill. It'll be up for thirds where we can debate it and talk about it and relay the messages from our respective constituencies. As far as having statewide meetings on districts, there's no legal requirement to do that. When reviewing the law, I would have been very concerned if there was a law that said, but we did those meetings. I believe Representative Wesco was part of that across the state. But again, that was not required by the law. So that's why I'm running this bill exactly like every other bill that runs through this House.
Representative Arrington.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the communities of interest that were brought up. I know Representative Pierce mentioned that Marion County is chopped up. I live in the current 5th district in Delaware County. Every one of us who live in Delaware County are in the same congressional district. It hasn't always been that way. The one before, in the decade before, Delaware County was in the 6th district. But now with these new maps, Delaware County is divided into 2 districts. In fact, Muncie is divided into 2 districts. One district runs all the way up to Michigan, and the other district runs all the way to the Ohio River. Now, how can that be communities, keeping communities of interest together?
Yeah, I don't know that I can give you an example of where I thought it was beneficial. And if you look at the Indiana House maps, the last maps that we had, Allen County was divided into maybe 6 or 7 individual representatives, and they turned that into a political advantage and created a group of legislators that worked together for the benefit of Allen County because they represented those people. And that included Republicans and Democrats. I felt like when it came to matters of Northeast Indiana, I was also in Allen County. I thought that Representative Giaquinta, myself, Representative Morris, Carbaugh, Judy, Heine, Lehman, Abbott, I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody, but we all worked together without concern about party lines, more about what was important to people that we represented. And I come from a rural community and I worked in a more suburban community. Other members were rural and worked in urban communities. So, I think when public servants work together, then they take care of their community's interests. And I believe in the goodness of people that want that to happen.
Well, yes, that may have happened in 2021, but it's certainly not happening in 2025. And you seem to be quite satisfied with that lack of working together that we have today. Am I right about that?
I don't know exactly what you're asking. Could you ask that again?
Well, you just said how well it worked in 2021 when you made really a bipartisan decision on how to redistrict in Fort Wayne.
Yeah, so
Well, I was not consulted about should Muncie be divided or should Delaware County be divided in 2025. So why was it okay to work in a bipartisan manner in 2021, but not in 2025?
Oh, no. What I was talking about was that the delegation that represented Allen County worked together on a variety of issues. I don't remember being consulted about maps, the last set of maps, very much either. I can tell you that what I was expressing was when elected officials come together and they work together on a variety of issues. Representative Jackson mentioned childcare. I've talked about budgeting. I'm sure there's environmental issues that I know you're very interested in. When we work together, then we get the results for the people that we represent. That's what I was talking about.
I agree, but That's not what's happening today with this bill. In fact, it seems like it's just totally the opposite, that everything has been done in secret and at the last minute. The public has been kept out of the conversation, although they are insisting on being part of it by saying, no, we don't want this.
Yeah, I think that this is going on the exact same path as every other bill, and any idea that that it's not is erroneous, that the public is here today. We're certainly going to hear from the public over the next couple of weeks that you have had access to the legislation. You are here able to offer your opinions, which you are doing now. I think that's a normal process. But this is moving along exactly in the same pace as any other bill.
Well, let me ask again, why was it so important that Delaware County be divided in two when 4 years ago it was in all compact, and not only divided in two congressional districts, but that go to each end of the state?
I mean, I can only say what I've already stated, is that these maps were drawn for political purposes.
Yeah, well, since you brought that up again, I think you said that you didn't really even look at the racial issues. Does that mean that you don't think that's important?
What I reviewed was political information about the maps. That's what we looked at.
I get that point, but don't you think it's important to look at other considerations? Is that the only thing that matters here, the political consideration?
I think what's important is that Congress finally acts and creates a level playing field across the entire union so that we're all operating together. And I encourage them to do that. I think that would be very important. Had they done that, absent their action, we are here today. Absent their action, there's Massachusetts and Texas and Colorado and California. I can go on and on. It is incumbent upon Congress to act to level the playing field across the country.
Well, in 2021, there was a big movement among constituents in Indiana to have an independent commission draw these maps, to take politics out of them. But that didn't happen in 2021. Is that something that you think Congress should do?
Well, I can tell you just on that particular topic, Virginia is changing their constitution back. Other states, I believe Colorado and Florida, to be fair on both sides of the aisle, are unwinding the independent redistricting commissions. So, I think that each individual state can do that. They can have an independent commission if they're somehow able to find one. That's a law that can be passed. I'm not sure that I would support it. I have to really think about that. But I think Congress needs to investigate, study, and find a way that levels the playing field across the country. I think that would be fair.
So
All right.
did you say that
One more
if we
question,
had
Representative
a proposal, you would support it for an independent commission?
No, you misheard me. I said I would study it, I would consider it, and I would think about whether it's the right thing to do or not.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Arrington. Are there any further questions from the committee? Representative Pryor for one more question.
Well, I'll make a statement and then based on that, I ask questions. This is a very unprecedented situation that we're in to be here in mid-decade redistricting. And I think that as many questions as we have, we should be allowed to ask. So my question to you is, will we later on in committee be allowed to finish asking the questions that we have? Because this is a big topic. And we really have not had a good opportunity to study the bill, less than 24 hours. really to study this bill, and the public really has not had an adequate opportunity to testify. And if we're going to do this, I think it's important for us to have all our questions answered. It may be more painful, as Representative Smalls said, it's not been the best process, but this is a process that we have. And I don't think that our voices and our questions should be silenced, and we should be cut off and not be allowed to finish asking our questions. I know that we want to get to public testimony. I have no issue with that, but I do have a problem with us not being able to finish asking the questions that we've taken the time to prepare in such a short period of time.
The chair has been very generous with the questioning. Do you have a further question?
I have several more questions, Mr. Chairman, and I think I appreciate you stating that you have been generous. I think it's beyond. It's important to be fair. It's important to make sure that all hearts are clear, and that all questions that we have be answered in the process.
President Pryor, you are recognized for a third round of questioning.
All right, thank you. Representative Smalls, do you think the voice of racial minorities is important enough to make sure that they have someone that can represent them in Congress and represent their interests?
I think I'll just have to go back and say that every vote counts, that everybody is going to have the right to vote.
But this is that's just a yes or no question.
Well, I can tell you that I didn't consider that when I drew the maps. We only considered the political advantage. We did not consider any other factor. We didn't consider rural. We didn't consider. The factor that we considered was political advantage.
So then you did not conduct an analysis to determine whether or not this would comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Representative Pryor, that question has already been asked.
I'm asking, I just want to be clear. You didn't.
Representative Pryor, you asked and I've answered that question several times.
Okay, well, then I'm okay
I'm
with
gonna
you.
answer it the same- I'm gonna answer it the
I'm
same
okay
way.
with you answering again. But the rest of my question is, you're okay with this bill? Because it sounds like to me you did not consider that at all. You're okay with this bill not complying with the Voting Rights Act?
I think the courts will determine if it complies or not.
Okay, so the courts would determine that, but
I think they will.
But you're okay with this bill not
believe
doing
we've
that
complied
because you
with the
did not, because you did not have that as a part of your,
I
consider this part of
believe,
your
Representative Pryor,
analysis.
that we complied with the law.
You believe that it complies with the law?
I do.
Okay. So did anyone conduct an analysis of this bill to ensure that it was constitutional beyond the Voting Rights Act?
I can't answer for what anybody else has done. I did my own analysis of it.
Okay.
I believe it to be within the confines of the law, as prescribed to us by the Constitution and the Founding Fathers.
Can you tell us the process that you went through in order to come up with this bill?
Yeah, that's been asked and answered. We looked at the previous elections. We created a political model so we could tell what would create the districts in a way that created political advantage. That is the analysis that we did.
And can you state the name of the organizations that you worked with?
Yeah, I've got it. It's the National Republic Redistricting Organization.
Was that the trust?
I believe that's right, trust.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please write that down. Representative Jackson.
I think he needs to write it down. He's the one that couldn't remember, and he was the one that worked with them.
Yeah.
Representative Jackson.
Representative Smalls, you just said when you drew the maps, but earlier you stated that you had just seen the maps on Monday. So
Yeah, I think when
I'm just a little
referred to,
confused.
yeah,
Could
that's
you
fair. I think when
clarify
I
that?
referred to it as me, it's us. It's a team of people that put the maps together. So I was able to see the maps a couple of days ago, and I agree with the maps, so I was part of that process.
Representative Arrington.
Yes. In response to Representative Pryor's question about the racial disparities, you said, well, the courts will figure that out. Well, there's a part in this bill that seems to tie the hands of the court in many ways. So could you explain what the timeline might be for figuring that out, or which
Sure.
courts? Or?
Yeah, I think the courts will agree with what we've done. I believe what we've done is legal. I think that the way we've crafted this, it allows it to move in an expeditious way rather than a delayed way to the Indiana Supreme Court, where they'll be able to look at it as a whole. And if anything is unconstitutional, I'm sure they will tell us that.
But when would they tell it? I mean, you're thinking it would be after the fact, after they have lost their representation. Is that what you're saying?
No, this bill, it says that the existing congressional members of the 119th Congress are in place until November 3rd of 2026. So there's no loss of representation.
But in 2027, they would have, or
But your question
when the
was-
new ones take over.
Yeah, but your question was about the courts, and I was giving you the timeline of the courts, and it's going to be in an expeditious way to the Supreme Court, the state of Indiana.
Is that the
where they're
Supreme
gonna be-
Court of Indiana or the US?
Yeah, when we talk about the Supreme Court in the bill, we're talking about the Supreme Court of Indiana.
But still, if there are people who believe these are racially unbalanced and they can't even try for a restraining order, how is that fair?
So I think with the maps that we're drawing now and the timeline that we're presented with, and I'm sure that the Secretary of State's office could talk about the timeline constraints. It's a Purcell principle. We're trying to move in such a way as that we're not causing disruption to the timelines. I believe that there is going to be time for this to go to the court. We've tried to set it up so that can happen in an expeditious way because we want to do right as well. And make sure that we're following the Constitution as the founders of the Constitution have given us. That's the tool that we have. And I've said it before, I don't think anybody likes that we're in the position that we are, but it's just the position that we're in. And the time is the time that we have.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to public testimony, and we're going to begin by recognizing members of this body who have requested to testify. And I'm going to begin with Representative Robin Shackelford, as I see that you are present. And on deck, though I don't see them present, are Representative Earl Harris and Representative Renee Pack. Representative Shackelford is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm State Representative Robin Shackelford from House District 98 here in Marion County. And I'm here to speak in strong opposition to this redistricting proposal, House Bill 1032. Redistricting is not just lines on a map. It is the foundation of representation. And for the minority communities I represent on the east side and the far east side of Indianapolis, these changes will be devastating. In the current Congressional District 7, Blacks make up 32% of the district as the second largest ethnic group. Under House Bill 1032, that representation will decrease to 10% and be spread thinly across the other districts, thereby diluting our power and representation. This is more than political performance. This is a clear, strategic, manipulated, Hitler-type plan of control. And I don't care if it was your intent, but the impact of this bill will be crippling to the Black and brown community. These maps crack apart historic Black neighborhoods, weakening our voting power and silencing the voices of the very people who are already fighting the hardest for economic stability, safer streets, better schools, and access to affordable health care. As we all know, redistricting also influences how federal resources flow. When you split communities, and this bill even splits precincts, which is currently against the law, you distort the census data used to allocate funding. This means fewer dollars for every childhood programs, housing assistance, Medicaid, mental health services, and SNAP benefits, all resources my constituents depend on. And beyond the numbers, this process undermines trust. People already feel the government is not listening, tearing our neighborhoods apart. Mid-cycle confirms their fears. The Indiana Republican-led legislature and governor does not care about our well-being, only that they have a political advantage over them. We should strengthen representation, not weaken it. Protect resources, not jeopardize them. And keep communities whole, not divide them for political power and convenience. For the families I represent, for their health, their safety, and their future, I urge this committee to reject House Bill 1032. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Shackelford. Representative Earl Harris, I don't yet see him, or Representative Renee Pack. We have a few other elected officials that I'd like to recognize. Kate Sweeney Bell. Kate Sweeney Bell, if you could come forward and prepare for testimony, and then followed by Faith Kimbrough.
Chairman Wesco, thank you. Members of the committee, I am the Marion County Clerk, and I serve as Chief Election Officer for the largest county in the state, and I'm here to share with you the impact this bill could have on election administration. It does sound to me like there are a lot of people here there is not one person without a political perspective on this. That is not why I'm here. It is purely administrative. Section 3 of the bill says, the state has a compelling interest in preserving the integrity of elections and ensuring elections are fair, orderly, and free from chaos and confusion. I agree wholeheartedly. Yet my concern is that implementation of this bill, especially given the time frame allotted, will have the opposite effect. Under normal circumstances, the General Assembly passes congressional maps approximately 12 to 13 months before the primary election that utilizes those maps. Here, that would have to be done in a third of the time. And this isn't exactly normal redistricting either, where congressional lines remain relatively similar, especially in Marion County, where we have over 600,000 registered voters. This change splits this largest county in our state into 4 different districts, and that will put a great deal of added stress on our system, and I believe there will be negative administrative consequences to that. Redistricting sets a cascading domino effect, each flowing downhill from the General Assembly to the State Election Division, to the county voter registration boards and county election boards, to our dedicated poll workers, and ultimately, and to me, most importantly, to the voters. Procedurally, this is what has to happen after maps are passed. The election division, which maintains the 20-year-old statewide voter registration system, has to make updates with new district information. And there's something called a statewide precinct key that has to be updated. Depending on the number of voters that need to be reassigned to different congressional districts, And in Marion County, it does look like a lot of changes. This is an enormous stress on the system in a very short amount of time. County voter registration officials would then need to go into SVRS, that's the statewide voter registration system, and reassign voters into correct congressional districts within their respective counties. Again, for us, that's over 600,000 registered voters. Then they would have to run reports to confirm that voters are reassigned correctly and fix any errors, and then rerun those reports over and over until every voter is assigned correctly. They would have to send out new voter registration acknowledgement forms for each and every voter who got reassigned. For example, in my house, we have 4 registered voters, so that's 4 separate cards to one address. If other counties are like Marion County, we have been told this year, cut the budget, cut the budget, cut the budget, because there is not enough money. And I'm sure that's a lament heard around the state. Then county election boards, that was VR, county election boards would have to work with our vendors to prepare extra ballot styles based on additional precinct splits. We would have to prepare for how to interpret the fail-safe voting provisions in the statute where when voters move between congressional districts. We would have to modify our poll worker training to train poll workers to navigate these procedural hurdles that voters may encounter. And in Marion County, for every election, we hire thousands of poll workers. And they do a wonderful job. And they will be dealing with some confused voters, and it happens regularly, but with a change so profound, this will be unprecedented. We would have to update our public-facing information online, and all of this will happen without additional funding. The other considerations for local officials, state political parties may be in a bind because they have to submit delegate district plans by county and how they will be elected to the Indiana Election Division. Similarly, county parties, and I know a thing or two about this from a job I used to have, they have to file delegate districts, each political party, with the county election boards by the end of the year. In some instances, they've already done so, and this is generally done when the parties know what the districts are. Related to this, by law, candidate filing opens January 7th. And county election boards have to be able to correctly place precincts in delegate districts to allow candidates to file for the proper office. But delegate districts can't be loaded into SVRS. They have to be loaded manually by county election board staff. State convention delegates can be loaded into SVRS, but they have to have the precincts associated with them on time to be ready for candidate filing. Assuming this bill passes, that gives us the briefest amount of time to get this work done and get it right for our voters. I think there have been some comments about that there may be legal challenges, and I think it's safe to assume that lawyers are going to have a lot of work cut out for them. And I think this matters because if any of this is done incorrectly, voters are going to feel the impact when they come to vote. For one example, voters might get a ballot with the wrong congressional districts, and others might have the right congressional district, but a precinct split could cause another office on the ballot to be incorrect. We try to avoid precinct splits with election administration, if at all possible, because it's an administrative burden like you wouldn't believe. And that is true for counties across the state. In short, it would put a great deal of stress on the election system, and that pushes away poll workers. It causes longer lines at polling locations. It frustrates voters, and ultimately sows distrust in the process. Even if The new congressional districts, implementing that was 100% successful and timely. The money, time, and resources that we would have to take from the X's and O's of just running an election, which is a massive undertaking under normal circumstances. If you have yet to make up your mind about how to vote, I encourage you to think of your own neighbors and what passage of this legislation would mean for them. If it passes, there will be chaos. Chaos in clerk's offices around the state, chaos when candidates file at the election board, and chaos at the polls. And that's exactly what election administrators want to avoid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Faith Kimbrough.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I am Faith Kimbrough, your Marion County Recorder, but today I stand as an advocate for my community. This move to redraw Indiana's maps before the census is a moral and constitutional failure. Count every Hoosier. Wait for the truth. You are using outdated numbers to secure a political gain. Count every Hoosier. Wait for the truth. When you draw districts with stale data, you are generating unequal populations, violating the core, one person, one vote. Count every Hoosier. Wait for the truth. For those of you who are guided by faith, consider the moral weight of your decision. The scripture is clear. Proverbs 22:28. It warns against moving boundaries unjustly. It speaks directly to justice and fairness. Count every Hoosier. Wait for the truth. I urge you to stop this bill. Your vote is just not about a map. Your vote will be your legacy. Count every Hoosier and wait for the truth. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there other representatives? Representative Earl Harris, or Representative Renee Pack? All right, if not, we'll proceed with those who have signed up to testify this morning, beginning with Paul Lageman. And on deck will be Neil Lothamer. Right after this next speaker. We do have handouts. Would you like these distributed?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lageman.
Chairman Wesco, Bill Author Smoltz, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the congressional redistricting effort in HB 1032. My name is Paul Lageman. I'm a resident of Allen County, Indiana, and I represent Heritage Action, a national grassroots organization with activists nationwide, including many Hoosiers like myself. In November, California passed Prop 50, dismantling the Independent Redistricting Commission and replacing it with a partisan process that shifted at least 5 seats to Democrat control in one of the most expensive ballot initiative campaigns in the state's history. Other states like New York, Virginia, and Illinois are preparing to follow suit. At the same time, newly drawn Texas seats are under fire in the courts. Mid-decade redistricting in Indiana is unprecedented, but the stakes at this moment call for unprecedented leadership. Indiana should follow Texas, North Carolina, Missouri, and Ohio. Each of these states have drawn maps that accurately reflect the makeup of their citizen population. Indiana is a deep red state, and one need only look at the overwhelming victories of Republican statewide candidates and the makeup of this very legislature. The new congressional map under consideration reflects the state's electorate and has been and should continue to be the goal of redistricting. Heritage Action encourages each of you to vote to move forward with the new maps that reflect the will of Hoosiers and ensure that Hoosier voices are not diluted in Congress. We appreciate the leadership of Speaker Houston, of author Smaltz, and the majority of House Republicans in this critical endeavor that will directly impact the entire nation. Heritage Action supports HB 1032 and encourages and urges your support for this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logman. A question for the witness, Representative Pryor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. So you talk about California in their Proposition 50. Why did California move forward with Proposition 50?
The opportunity to alter their own state process, to remove their redistricting commission was certainly up to them, and they made that decision. That decision is now in the past, and that is the decision certainly faced by the Indiana legislature, that the Indiana legislature now has the opportunity to respond to.
Okay, but did they not pass Proposition 50 because Texas
I can't speak
drew
to
districts?
I can't speak to the legislative intent of
Well,
members
I
of the
think that's what
legislature
the
in
governor,
California.
I believe that's what the governor stated. So I think it's very important to be very clear that states are doing this mid-decade redistricting because the president has stated that he wanted red states to do it. And that is why California did that. The other thing is, in your letter, you talk about the overwhelming, Indiana is a deep red state, and one need only look at the overwhelming victories of Republican statewide candidates in the makeup of the legislature. But you want our legislative districts here in Indiana is 30% Democrat. And if you look at the makeup of the voting in Indiana, 48%, I believe, of the folks in Indiana voted for a Democrat as president. So why should we have, or Republicans have, 100% of the representation? If you're wanting to have adequate representation, shouldn't our congressional representation look like the makeup of our state?
Well, I think if you look at all the statewide elected officials in the state of Indiana, those are all members of the Republican Party. I can speak, personally. I worked for Congress for 7 years, for Senator Coates for 6, and for Jim Banks for 1. And I can tell you that they were that as a staffer within those offices, we never asked what your party moniker was. We never asked what your ideology was. We simply worked to help constituents. And I think that as I look across the delegation that we currently have, as we look across the delegation that we may have, I think that will continue to be the case. I don't think representation is lost. Representation and votes are not changed.
And so since representation is not quote unquote lost, people are currently being represented. Republicans are currently being represented by the 2 Democrat congressional members. What's wrong with them, with Republican folks being represented by Democrat congressional members?
I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with them being represented as they currently are under the current circumstances. However, those circumstances have changed as California made the decision to dismantle their independent redistricting commission and move to the partisan process that they've moved to. Indiana does have to respond. The Texas changes are under fire in the courts at this point in time. And so Indiana does have the opportunity to make these changes. And We applaud Representative Smaltz and this effort and suggest that the members of the committee vote in the affirmative on this bill.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing you say that you support redrawing districts for Republican congressional gains, but you have a problem with Democrats doing the same.
We support Representative Smaltz's response to the efforts in California and the upcoming efforts in New York, Illinois, Virginia, and other states.
Thank you. Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Republican-controlled state of Texas was the first. We established that in Representative Pryor's question. So who asked Texas to redraw their maps in the middle of the district?
Texas certainly had the opportunity to make that move on their own. That was a legislative process. We watched that very closely. I am registered to lobby in Texas, and we were very vigilant in everything that happened. It went through a very similar process as this bill is going through, except with a shorter time frame. There was a lot less discussion in Texas than there has been here, since this has really been discussed for months.
But didn't President Trump ask Texas to redraw its maps? Isn't that how this whole sad event, chapter in history got started? Didn't President Trump say, holy crap, I'm going to lose Congress if we guys don't save my ass by passing some maps for me? Isn't that pretty much how it got started?
You can interpret it the way you like, sir.
Thank you.
Order in the room. All right. Without any further questions, thank you for your testimony. Representative Earl Harris is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize. I had to duck out for another appointment, so I appreciate your flexibility. So I want to start with, first of all, thanking Representative Smaltz for his honesty. In his presentation, he said multiple times, this is about political performance. That can be taken in all kinds of different ways. He also stated, this is for political advantage. So the 100 of us in the House and the 50 in the Senate are voted into office by voters, by constituents. We are to represent them. If this is for political advantage for the Republican Party, that basic message is you don't matter. It's not about you, the voter. It's about what someone in office wants us to do so that they can keep power, someone that's not here. We keep hearing gerrymandering happens everywhere. Gerrymandering happens. I'm not going to argue that gerrymandering doesn't happen in quote unquote blue or red states. This is beyond gerrymandering. This isn't redoing the maps, redoing the districts after the census as it's supposed to happen after 10 years. This is doing it in the middle. And again, not for people here in Indiana, for someone in Washington, D.C. that wants to keep power. We heard also that, we are going to deal with those other issues we have that are related to childcare, that are related to healthcare, that are related to rising utility costs, that are related to food costs. We heard we're going to deal with that in the 2026 session. Then why aren't we dealing with it now? Why are we only here for this? We are going to, by starting early, because it's not a special session, starting early means we will have less time in the actual year of 2026 to deal with issues and take care of the people that we were put in office to take care of. We also keep hearing, and you just heard it, Indiana is a red state. This needs to be 9-0. President Trump only received 58% of the vote, not 85%. Governor Braun only received 54% of the vote. So yes, I understand here in the House, 30 of us are Democrats out of the 100, 10 are Democrats on the other side out of the 50. So I understand that districts in Indiana make us into a supermajority, but when you look at the state as a whole, this is not a 90% Republican state. So let's not disenfranchise lots of voters. When you look at the districts, this map is so interesting to me, and we could spend a lot of time talking about it, but some of that has already been expressed, and I'm going to bring up a few things. Marion County, Indianapolis, where we are, is split up over 4 different congressional districts. The only Black member of our Congress is Andre Carson. His district that he represents is now split up over 4. The question was asked earlier about what does this have to do with racial? What's the racial impact? And I believe the answer was, and forgive me if I misquote, was, well, it really didn't have any impact. It's hard to say that when you look at this and you look at what's trending with this movement all over the country. So this started in Texas. Let's just be real. We know where this started. Let's just be factual. And that we need to react to this. Okay, so how many of you, and I probably shouldn't ask for this reaction, so I apologize for this. How many of you heard, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you? So just because it's happening in other states does not mean we have to do it here in Indiana. People were put in office to represent where they live in the districts that were set up under what we heard here, fair maps, perfect maps. I actually feel bad for Representative Sturwald as a person who led this process, who's basically now being told, yeah, you sucked at your job. You didn't do a good job. So let's get and deal with facts. Also, as I bring this to a close, Representatives Mervan and Carson were not only elected, they have been re-elected. That tells you the people that put them in office continue to want them to represent them. So we can get into the fiscal parts of this. Yes, we came in early, so we're not quote unquote spending special session money. But what is the impact, especially on locals, to have to do maps again if this goes through halfway through the process? There's going to be local funds spent. There's going to be confusion. There's going to be all kind of negative issues. So let's not change this process, not for people here in Indiana. Let's not change this process for someone in a different part of the country. We are Indiana people. We are Hoosiers. Let's make sure we do what's right for us and say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harris. Thank you. I have been a little lenient with our elected officials. Appreciate your input, but we are going to have a strict time frame going forward for those speaking, and that's going to be 3 minutes going forward. The next person I already mentioned was about to speak would be Neil Lothamer. Who will speak, and on deck is Rick Volbrecht. Rick Volbrecht here, or Nathan Roberts. Neil Lothamer.
Hello, I am not a lobbyist. I am a resident of Indiana. Let's not mince words here. This is a taxation without representation. When the lines are drawn so that our votes are diluted and our voices are silenced, what are we left to do? We pay our taxes, we obey the laws, but we are denied a seat at the table where those laws and taxes are decided. So where does that leave us? It leaves us governed not by the will of the people, but at the behest of a man who has no respect for our conventions, for our norms, or for the very idea of civil society. We find ourselves at the mercy of a man who issues orders that are not just unfair, but also unlawful. Orders that routinely cut at the heart of democracy itself. Today I say, we will not quietly accept maps that rob our communities of power and dignity. We demand real representation. And anything less anything less again begs the question, what does that leave us to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Volbrecht. Nathan Roberts. Sue Elsperman. Welcome. It's good to have you back in our chamber.
Thank you, Chair Wesco and Vice Chair Payne, Ranking Minority Leader Jackson, and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I've been sitting in my old seat. Many of you know me. I was in this esteemed house during the 2011-2012 legislative session representing District 74. During that time, I served on this very committee with several of you who are still here to redraw the maps in 2011. Maps, I am proud to say, made the Indiana House, Senate, and congressional districts more compact towards fairness. For some, you may know me as Indiana's 50th Lieutenant Governor, serving with then Governor Mike Pence. I also presided over the Senate. For most of the last decade, I served as the president of Ivy Tech, Indiana's largest higher education institution, serving all Hoosiers across our 92 counties and over 200,000 students each year. June 30, I retired. And while I retired, with no plans to return to political life, I have shared openly that political civility and good governance are matters that I will continue to elevate in my legacy years. Indiana and 6.8 million Hoosiers deserve the best from us. So with that in mind, please indulge me. Honorable committee members, I would guess that none of you want to be here in an early session before the holidays, and particularly on this topic. Let's be clear, Hoosiers aren't asking for this. This is not about fixing broken maps to better represent Indiana. We have fair maps, ones which have performed, some might say overperformed, for the Republican majority. The plea to redraw Indiana's maps is coming out of Washington, D.C. Some may argue that they have the right to ask. And in that case, we certainly have the right to answer no. Mid-decade redistricting makes no sense for Indiana. We would be drawing maps based on 5-year-old census data. Further, there are no current court challenges or significant population shifts which would suggest or require redistricting as good policy. While each party may have had some areas where they would have liked to massage, our Indiana GOP and Democratic parties were content to put forth candidates who represented these districts and let Hoosiers choose the best man or woman to serve the district before those outside the state intervened. Recall that we took our oath of office. We pledged to serve all Hoosiers, not just those who voted for us or the current president. Specifically, Section 167 from the House of Representatives Code of Ethics states, every member of the House of Representatives shall, to the best of his or her ability, be fully objective when considering a proposition upon which he or she must act, keeping the welfare and best interests of the citizens of the state in mind at all times. Every member shall, to the best of his or her ability, conduct official duties in a manner that avoids the appearance of impropriety and bolsters public trust. We must not let partisan political pressure impact the decisions we make. Hoosiers have a reputation for standing up to political pressure, including great leaders like Senator Richard Lugar, Congressman Lee Hamilton, and the governor I served alongside, Vice President Mike Pence. I am proud that our elected leaders have shown courage in placing the American people, Hoosiers, and our Constitution before partisan politics. For those who believe you can do this and go home, be forewarned. Hoosiers will remember and may well hold you accountable. Some in this room were here in 2011 for the Democrat walkout. The House walkout lasted nearly 6 weeks. It brought the legislative process to a grinding halt as we could not reach quorum. It was a strategy to keep Republicans from considering legislation Democrats did not support. My own District 74 had just flipped from Democrat to Republican. As that walkout extended, I began receiving calls from even longtime Democrats, first disappointed and then downright incensed with the Democrat-led walkout. Hoosiers elect legislators to do their job within the framework of our Constitution and the legislative process. Chairman, I have about 2 minutes left. Could you consider that for a peer elected official?
Please begin to conclude.
Thank you so much. While you may in this chamber have the votes to win this battle, quote unquote, you may well lose the war for the Indiana Republican Party in the next election and many beyond that. should a new map pass and become law. Look, I don't want to suggest that this decision is easy. I have had to make my own share and gain my own share of scars for my years in elected office, as well as leading Ivy Tech. For Republicans, it will take deep resolve. For Democrats, it will take a commitment to support those Republicans who stand on the front line against enormous partisan pressure. So let's be honest. If we turn our backs on Washington, Indiana may indeed pay a price. However, there is no right way to do a wrong thing. Some would say we can only defend the high ground if we are on it. Esteemed leaders, let's use this moment to double down on working together, Democrats and Republicans, to improve the lives and prosperity of Hoosiers. It really is this simple. Indiana has fair congressional maps, so say no to redistricting, go home and enjoy the holidays. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Denise Abdul Rahman. And on deck, Samantha Bresnahan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Wesco, Representative Smalls, Arthur, and Minority Leader Jackson, and members of the Election and Apportionment Committee. Good morning. My name is Denise Abdul Rahman, and I am a resident of the 7th Congressional District. I'm also a combat war veteran. And I'm here representing both my residency and I am representing the Indiana State Conference of the NAACP through the leadership of Sadie Harper Scott, President. We'd also like to extend empathy to those who have been threatened. We are in the most polarized of times in history. We should be bridging the divide. The right to vote freely for the candidate of one's choice is the essence of a democratic society. We are opposed to House Bill 1032. The NAACP is direly concerned and condemns the racist mid-decade redistricting and any violation of the Voting Rights Act. Racial gerrymandering is a foundational step in ensuring minority voters are left without representation and disenfranchised by a system that purports to be free and fair. Racially gerrymandered districts have profound social effects, including reinforcing political disenfranchisement and perpetuating inequality by limiting access to resources like education, housing, and healthcare. They can also lead to environmental injustice by concentrating communities in areas with high exposure to hazards. Furthermore, these practices can create a political environment where legislators disregard the will of the people and pass discriminatory policies and social issues. Political and social disenfranchisement limits representation. Racially gerrymandered districts pack minority groups into a few districts, giving them overwhelmingly victory, thereby weakening their influence in surrounding districts. Cracking splits minority votes among multiple districts and dilutes their voting power so they cannot elect their preferred candidates anywhere. A violation of the Voting Rights Act. This can occur through discriminatory practices like diluting the minority voting power through redistricting, preventing eligible citizens from voting, or intimidating voters. Based upon the results of the U.S. Census.
Please begin to conclude your comments.
Which?
We're at 3 minutes. Please begin your conclusion.
Okay. Well, we would say that based on that the census tract census is typically done every 10 years. We recommend that you stick with that. That the historically incumbent majority party in the U.S. House of Representatives loses seats during the midterm elections, particularly when the economy is bad or when the president, who is of the same political party as the majority of representatives, is unpopular. And we are urging of the current president, multiple states have undertaken this mid-decade redistricting and gerrymandering. The majority of Black and brown congressional districts out of existence. And there are many states, including Indiana, areas such as the locations of Gary, Hammond, East Chicago, and Indianapolis. And we know that Texas is drawing maps. We know that Missourians have drawn maps. The National Association of the Advancement of Colored People condemns the racist redistricting scheme aimed at preventing Black and brown voters from exercising their full and lawful voting power. Thank you.
Samantha Bresnahan on deck. Nick Roberts.
Chairman Wesco and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Samantha Bresnahan, and I serve as the Senior Policy Specialist for the ACLU of Indiana. We are here today to testify in strong opposition to House Bill 1032. The right to vote is one of the most sacred civil liberties we hold as Americans. The promise of one person, one vote is at the heart of our democracy. That promise depends on fair maps that protect every community's voice. This mid-decade redistricting effort threatens to break that promise. It risks silencing communities, undermining fair representation, and eroding trust in our democratic process. The Indiana Constitution mandates redistricting once every 10 years after the census. In 2021, this legislature followed that mandate, holding public meetings across the state and approving maps that leaders called fair, transparent, and reflective of public input. Yet here we are, just 4 years later, without new census data, without a constitutional mandate, and with a hastily scheduled hearing in Indianapolis, not following the normal 48-hour public notice and held in the middle of the workday. Unlike the 2021 maps, which face no legal challenges, these proposals could expose the state to costly and time-consuming litigation paid for by Hoosier taxpayers. It is difficult to claim that elections are free and equal, which Article 2 of the Indiana Constitution requires, when the votes and the voices of entire communities are intentionally diluted. Hoosiers, not politicians, should decide who represents their values. We, the people, should choose our representatives, and democracy depends on keeping that truth sacred. We urge you to uphold fairness, transparency, and equal representation by voting no on House Bill 1032.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Samantha. Can you talk about Section 3 of the bill and the impact that you foresee of that, as far as whether or not it denies people the opportunity to go to courts in a way that we normally would just go through the court system? Can you talk about that?
Thank you for that question, Representative. So our legal team believes that whether or not to grant equitable relief, such as a stay, a pending appeal, and the type of relief that is justified should be the role of the courts under our separation of powers, not the legislative branch.
Representative Pryor.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is, instead of the courts determining the legal process because they are the experts in the legal process, this bill is laying out a legal process and we are not experts in the legal process.
It's attempting to. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nick Roberts. And on deck, we'll have Dianya Dior, Valentina. Dianya Dior, Valentina. All right, Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nick Roberts. I am the Indianapolis City County Councilor for District 4, which is the northeast corner of the city around the Geist and Castleton area. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service for the state. I feel very grateful for the partnership that we have with the city of Indianapolis with a lot of you guys. In particular, 1461, I always appreciate a lot of you guys for working on. But for the first time as counselor, I'm coming to speak about a bill and this one against it for a lot of obvious reasons. I have a lot of deep concern for this. Yesterday, when I was doing some data analysis, I do kind of map making in my free time. The first thing I looked at was Indianapolis and obviously had a lot of concern. But even just within the council district I represent, being split right down the middle between two different districts, one of which going all the way to the Illinois border, one of which going all the way to the Ohio River, I do not find that being just. And that is the case for 15 of the 25 council districts in Indianapolis. The previous map only had 3. So obviously the communities of interest, it is being blatantly torn apart right now in Indianapolis. Really, I think that a lot of the concern for me is not just about Indianapolis or the politicians, but the people that it really comes down to. You know, the people that might be in my district or others that might need to go to their congressperson's office to talk about accessing Social Security or Medicare that now have to drive maybe an hour and a half to reach out to that congressperson's office. The Chamber of Commerce, who's built a relationship with their legislator, who now might have a new person again who lives 2 hours away, may never even heard of that county or that town they represent. But also, you know, the school district that went on a middle school trip to the Capitol and met their congressperson that they have a relationship with that is now going to be non-existent. Those are the things that really will affect people. And I did the math yesterday, and there are, actually, let me pull this back up. There are 2,590,372 people in Indiana that will get new districts. So again, this is not just an Indianapolis or Northwest Indiana problem. This will be affecting people all over the state. For the people of Muncie, for the people of rural Greene County that have new districts, again, they'll have to deal with these consequences of this action. Another thing that I'll just talk about too, that was in the news unfortunately, is I did receive a swatting incident and a bomb threats, other things that happen to a lot of the other legislators too. I'm not blaming any of you for it, obviously, but the reality is this sort of political escalation of rhetoric is the direct, in my opinion, action that is causing a lot of this in the state. We've seen it with obviously legislators. I don't know why specifically I was targeted. It was an hour after I made a statement about it on social media, but it is deeply, deeply concerning. Another element that I'll just mention too is even the media markets. I think it's going to create a lot of confusion. The Indianapolis media market alone is now divided into 8 congressional districts out of 9. So imagine being somebody in Indianapolis, not knowing where the heck you're going to be in the congressional districts, because you may have ads coming from, you know, Miami, Indiana. You might have ads coming from Bloomington. You have ads coming from all over the state, because there are going to be competitive races where people are paying attention, but they're not going to know who they're actually voting for. So those are the real world impacts that I think really will matter a lot. One thing I'll just say too, I'm a nerd. Okay. I'm a data nerd. Massachusetts, please not use that as an example. Okay. Because Massachusetts 9-0 map. Yes. But that map was voted on. Every single Republican in the chamber, except for one, voted for that map. I would be happy to sit down with any of you at Cafe Patachu or Java House or something. I'd be happy to sit with you on a redistricting map. If you guys want to make a map that is, in your eyes, fair, good luck. But Massachusetts is not easy to make a map, which is even one Republican in Congress based on the geography of the state. So it's not really a fair example. So Indiana would be tied with him as the largest state without one, but Indiana is much more in tune with the geography to have Democratic representation in Congress. And I'll just say once again, this is not inevitable. There are 42 or 43 states that do not have the redistricting effort going on right now. There are only 7 or 8 which have it, and only 2 of those are Democratic states. So I would urge you to do the right thing. Obviously, I'm happy to talk to you about this in the future. Again, I make a lot of maps in my free time and do a lot of data analysis, so happy to get into that, but with 3 minutes, it's hard to. But thank you for the time. It's greatly appreciated.
All right, thank you. Dianya Dior Valentina. And on deck, we have Maliha Zafar.
Chairman Wesco and members of the Chairman Wesco and members of this committee, my name is Dianya Dior Valentina. I am the founding executive director of Strength Over Struggle. I represent the voices of QT BIPOC Hoosiers in all communities who have a constitutional right to an equal vote, a right this body is attempting to revoke through HB 1032. We have all heard the admissions. The author of this bill has confessed that its primary purpose is achieving a partisan advantage. Let that reality anchor every proceeding following today. My presence here is not to engage in your manufactured debates. It is to register the unequivocal opposition of the people you are attempting to silence. The elimination of the once per decade standard is not an improvement to efficiency. It is the establishment of an institutionalized panic button. It grants the majority party the unilateral power to redraw lines and move communities the instant they perceive accountability on the horizon. This committee is not engaging in governance. You are formalizing a defensive maneuver against the possibility of a fair election. The provisions in Section 3 designed to strip the courts of their efficiency are a professional indictment of this body's confidence in its own work. By prohibiting swift remedies, granting mandatory exclusive jurisdiction, and automatically freezing adverse rulings, you are not protecting the law. You are engineering the system to protect the confessed partisan advantage from constitutional review. If the maps are legitimate, the courts are an ally. If you fear the courts, it is because you already know what they will find. You admit that this is about political advantage. We accept that admission. Now we must speak directly to the necessary, though perhaps unintended, mechanisms of that advantage: racial vote dilution. The planned fracturing of Indianapolis across our 4 separate congressional districts is not random. It is a surgical technique that uses race as the key variable. It ensures that while communities of color like those that I represent may increase in raw numbers, they are guaranteed to be politically ineffective in electing a candidate of their choice in a single district. This is a deliberate and calculated trade-off. Your confessed partisan gain is purchased with the intentional suppression of minority political power. The case against HB 1032 is closed. Its purpose has been admitted, its mechanism is exposed, and its damage to democracy is self-evident. My statement has been presented for the record. I have provided the constitutional and moral basis for its rejection. I now address the proponents of this bill directly. I do not require, nor will Strength Over Struggle entertain any questions, comments, or comments that attempt to obfuscate, redirect, or rationalize the confessed political motive behind this legislation. We are not open to your foolishness. The communities I represent have been forced to navigate the effects of your cynical tactics for too long to suffer through the performance of false concern.
Please conclude your remarks.
Your responsibility is to the Constitution, not your party's longevity. Vote no to House Bill 1032. I'm not open to question.
Thank you. Leah Zafar, on deck McMahon Michael.
Good morning, Chair Wesco and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Malia Zafar, and I am the Executive Director of Indiana Muslim Advocacy Network. I'm here on behalf of Muslim communities and constituents who have reached out to us and our organization to express their feelings regarding HB 1032, which we stand in strong opposition of. Muslims live in every region of our state, and many are American citizens and eligible voters. Ours is a richly varied faith community, reflecting different cultures, ethnicities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and political affiliations. Like any other community, Muslim Hoosiers are not a monolith. Some vote Republican, others vote Democrat, and many prioritize the issues most important to their families and communities. After reviewing the proposed maps, it is clear that the changes would significantly impact the 1st and 9th congressional districts, both here in Marion County and Lake and Porter counties. Through conversations with Muslim constituents and Hoosiers across the state, 3 consistent concerns have emerged. 1, disruption of long-standing community ties. Muslim Hoosiers have built their lives, families, and businesses in these districts. They feel that altering representation erases their connection and weakens their voice. 2, loss of meaningful representation at the federal level. Voters emphasized that Congressman Andre Carson represents not only their district, but their lived experience as Muslim Americans. His leadership provides visibility, shared understanding, and hope for the next generation of Muslim civic leaders. 3, a signal that Muslim political power is being intentionally limited. At a time when Muslim Hoosiers are becoming increasingly civically engaged, many believe that these proposed changes would diminish their growing influence and silence a community that has fought for fair representation. All 3 of these concerns point to a fundamental truth: representation matters. And that's why we're all here today. These proposed maps would undermine representation for Muslim Hoosiers at a moment when their voices should be strengthened, not diminished. Muslim Hoosiers do not support early redistricting, and the overwhelming feedback that we have heard makes that clear. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. McMahon Michael. On deck will be Leon Bates, and if you could please come, whoever's next, come ahead, McMahon. Leon Bates, if you could please come forward and take a seat either here or there and prepare to speak on the other side.
Good morning, and my welcoming, my acknowledgement of all those, the senators, representatives. My name is Michael Sahir. I'm an imam of a local historic mosque in central Indiana. But I'm not writing this letter, I wrote a letter yesterday for any religious or political position. I am a 38-year retired firefighter as well. But Indianapolis, as well as our great state of Indiana, is called the crossroads of America. Quite an appropriate epithet for a city and state that intersects our great interstate systems. And now with our current political situation, we're intersecting the crossroads of placing Hoosiers at the center of a nationwide political attention as democracy intersects or against the dominance of big government. As duly elected policymakers who have been sworn for the benefit of the citizens of Indiana, each of you, honorable legislators, are duty bound to respect the will of the people of Indiana who have clearly spoken against the midterm redistricting. I'm kind of skipping ahead a little bit. Our beloved Indiana legislators, our state is at an important crossroad. If you follow the legal requirements established for the decennial census count, then democracy wins, because that system ensures equal representation based on population changes over the past decade. But by supporting the midterm redistricting, you as a leader are reassuring our citizens that their voice did not count. And we fall victim to power grabs. You are not supporting this effort for a midterm, redistricting will greatly avoid a weakening of public trust in our democratic system. I believe it is repugnant in the political nostrils of both Democrats and Republicans to have outside forces interfering with Indiana politics. Marion County and Lake County are two of Indiana's top Democratic voters. So what is being called political performance is actually robbing every Democratic Hoosier of a voice in DC. In closing, I strongly...
If you could please begin to complete your remarks.
Yes, sir. In closing, I strongly appeal to our Indiana legislature to grasp this opportunity to once again model for America the beauty of a democracy that respects the will and the intelligence of our citizenry. I deeply appreciate your courage and willingness to stand up against this bullying tactics that seeks to take away from us our democratic rights. And I stand opposed to House Bill 1032.
Leon Bates. On deck, Megan Robertson.
My name is Leon Bates. I am a resident of Indianapolis, the 7th District, and I got a call late last night to add a few historians' comments to what's happening today. St. Augustine, a 4th century scholar and theologian, said, "An unjust law is no law at all." St. Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century scholar and theologian, said, "An unjust law is an inhuman law and that is not rooted in eternal law nor natural law." Disenfranchisement has a long, ugly history in the United States and in Indiana. Gerrymandering is a form of legalized disenfranchisement. It is intended to hobble and exclude those who are outside the circles of political influence. In 1790, the U.S. Congress passed the Naturalization Act. That legislation created the concept of citizenship and conferred the right of citizenship in the United States upon, and I quote, "any white person who had resided in the United States for 2 years to apply for citizenship." That left everybody else out. In 1793, the United States Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act, making fleeing enslavement a federal crime. In 1817, just 1 year after statehood, the Indiana legislature passed a law to forbid Negroes from giving testimony in court against a white person. In 1850, the United States Congress passed a second fugitive slave law. In 1851, the Indiana legislature wrote its second and current constitution, which included Article 13, Negroes and mulattoes. In 1854, the Indiana legislature passed the Horse Thief Detective Association law. That law allowed any group of 10 men or more to form an association, elect a captain, and then enforce Indiana law as they saw fit, legalizing vigilantism in Indiana. In 1969, amid the rise of the African-American middle class and urban unrest of the 1960s, the Indiana legislature passed the Unigov law, which allowed the city of Indianapolis and Marion County government to merge, supposedly to achieve larger economies of scale. In reality, Unigov was one of the most successful gerrymanders in U.S. history. Now in 2025, the President of the United States has called for the redrawing of congressional maps 5 years before the traditional decennial redistricting. The goal here is a malevolent effort to legislate numerical advantage and political disenfranchisement.
If you could please begin to conclude your remarks.
Absolutely. In his 1963 letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., defending the act of protest and arguing against injustice, wrote, "Time itself is neutral. It can be used either destructively or constructively. More and more, I feel the people of ill will have used time much more effectively than have people of goodwill. We will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the hateful words and actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people." King was prophetic. Thank you.
Megan Robertson. On deck, David Green.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Megan Robertson. I'm here on behalf of Indiana Conservation Voters and as a lifelong Hoosier who cares deeply about our state. And I'd just like to know on a personal side of this, I grew up in Porter County, which this new map splits in half and divides us from our friends in Lake County, which is pretty ridiculous if you've ever been up there. And now I live in Indianapolis, which this map splits into fourths. In fact, the building we're in right now at the State House is in a different district than Cafe Patachu, which I know everybody knows where that is, across the street. Again, the folks who drew these maps, who are apparently in Washington, D.C., and probably have never been to our state, may not know how ridiculous those two facts are, but the people who live here know it. For 4 long months, Washington insiders have been leaning on state lawmakers to engage in mid-decade redistricting. They've leaned in further and further, and lawmakers have politely declined. So DC pushed harder. Then tens of thousands of Hoosiers spoke up against the plan, calling, emailing, showing up in person to rallies and letter writing parties. Sorry, lost my track there. But DC kept pushing. Then came threats behind closed doors. Whether folks want to admit it or not, we've heard enough that there were threats, and lawmakers continued to decline. The threats got louder. They've spilled onto social media. Then there were bomb threats and fake domestic violence calls. And despite what was said earlier, this is not part of the job for any of you sitting here. This isn't part of anybody's job to take threats to their families or violence. That's just not part of it. Hoosiers are completely appalled by this, and we all should be too. The folks behind the map, just keep on pushing, posting your cell phone numbers publicly on Twitter so that you can get harassed all weekend and over the holidays. Until yesterday, this wasn't even a real proposal. There was no map, nothing to even debate. And now just 24 hours later, these DC folks want you to approve lines drawn in darkness by people who have probably never even been to our state, that will divide up our communities and carve up our capital city, decimating districts carefully planned just 4 years ago by this very committee, where you all went around the state to all 9 congressional districts, holding meetings for 2 months. Now we're supposed to do that whole process in 1 week in this chamber and 1 week in the next chamber. Nobody's asked for this, and we've repeatedly asked you all to focus literally on any other issue we're facing that Hoosiers want addressed. Rising energy bills, property taxes, inflation. We've got lots of issues we can be addressing. And we're here today because Washington, D.C. thinks they know better than we do. They think they know better than Hoosiers, and they think they know better than you all did when you voted to pass these bills in 2021. They don't even know that we're Hoosiers. They called us Indianans on social media.
If you could please begin to conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Chairman. What's in a name? Everything, as it turns out, because Hoosiers play fair, Hoosiers don't change the rules in the middle of the game, and Hoosiers don't put politics over people or threaten those who disagree with them. At ICV, we fight for fair elections because without it, Hoosiers don't have a voice in the decisions that impact their lives, whether that's clean air, clean water, or affordable energy. If we can't trust the process, we can't trust the outcomes. Hoosiers decided 4 years ago how we wanted to be represented. This map is a political distraction that will weaken our state and our faith in democracy. Please reject it. We all know what the right thing to do here is. Thank you.
David Green, followed by Nathan Roberts or Amy Courtney. David Green. Is David Green present? Nathan Roberts. Amy Courtney. Amy Courtney. Amy Courtney. Amy Courtney is recognized. On deck, Julia Vaughn.
Good morning, members of this committee. My name is Amy Courtney, and I am the Executive Director of Mad Voters, a grassroots Indiana nonprofit dedicated to civic engagement and civic empowerment. The topic of redistricting has been a major focus for us these last 4 months. We come to you today to oppose early redistricting. Mad Voters is a unique organization. We are volunteer-powered, run by small grants and donations. We aren't affiliated with a political party. When we speak, it is not based on what some high-powered executive or national organization told us to say. We don't have those things. When we speak, it's the voice of the people. We have collected testimonies from more than 200 Hoosiers and growing over the last few days. Here's what they have to say about early redistricting. Mark V., a Republican from Huntington, urges lawmakers to, quote, vote no on early or midterm redistricting, warning this will usurp our state's sovereignty. Lisa L., a lifelong Republican from Charlestown, says, I absolutely do not support redistricting and will not vote for anyone who participates in cheating. Gay L. from Nashville, raised by a Marine who believed in fair play, called this move a, quote, cowardly capitulation, end quote. And Cheryl C. of Shelbyville asks the painful question, why target two predominantly minority districts? Hope G. of Markleville calls herself a fiscal conservative and says that early redistricting is a, quote, complete waste of hard-earned taxpayer dollars, end quote, and does not align with our values. Fisher's resident Terry L. says, quote, as an Indiana business owner who has spent decades building a legacy in the state, I believe in competition. I believe that the best ideas should win. And I believe that when you rig the game to guarantee an outcome, you aren't just cheating your opponent, you are destroying the integrity of the sport. The current push for mid-decade redistricting is exactly that, a rigged game. Caleb C. of Kokomo, who says he has been a Republican for most of his life, writes that rushed mid-cycle redistricting undermines trust and that changing the rules midway through the decade sends a message that voters don't matter and maps can be manipulated at will. Caleb goes on to say that early redistricting will stifle discussion, suppress dissent, and deepen division at a time when Indiana needs unity and responsible leadership, not further polarization. We couldn't agree more. These are just a small sample of the more than 200 testimonies that were submitted to us in just the last few days. This is proof that Hoosiers, regardless of political party, oppose early redistricting. They see costs increasing for groceries, utilities, childcare, and more, and ask you to remember that these are the problems they elected you to fix. They did not elect you to rubber stamp orders from Washington, D.C. We did our own research too, so you could have facts in addition to this testimony. According to the American Redistricting Project—
All right, you've gone beyond the 3 minutes.
Okay, I will wrap up. An organization established by Republicans, Republicans controlled redistricting in 19 states, accounting for 42% of congressional seats. Democrats controlled redistricting in 7 states, accounting for just 11% of congressional seats. There is gerrymandering and disproportionate representation going on, all right, but not in the way supporters of HB 1032 are telling us. We have mad voters representing real Hoosiers from all over the state urge you to listen to your political constituents, focus on the facts, not political pressure and disinformation, and oppose early redistricting. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for allowing me to finish.
Julie Vaughn. And on deck over on this side will be Angie Klish of Women for Change.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Julia Vaughn with Common Cause Indiana, a grassroots citizens lobbying organization that works on voting rights. We stand in opposition to House Bill 1032 for many reasons. The first is the motivation behind it. Just 4 years ago, you passed a new congressional district map that some of you referred to as almost perfect. What's happened between then and now that has created such urgency for new congressional districts? And I will give you credit for being forthright about what has changed. The only thing that is forcing this in Indiana is the Trump administration and national organizations who see Indiana voters as pawns in their political games. We are not pawns, and our elections are not games. And it is an insult to every Hoosier who believes in the democratic process for you to pander to the president and ignore the voices of those you are supposed to represent. Poll after poll has found that Hoosiers do not support this effort for mid-cycle redistricting, and they have many other priorities. We urge you to listen to those you represent, not the voices of a loud, but small, very self-interested minority. We oppose this redistricting plan because it is unfair. It is unfair to voters in the Calumet region and in Marion County who have for decades voted for Democrats to represent them in Congress. It is unfair to Black and brown voters in the 1st and congressional districts who will see their political power diluted by being cast into districts with rural voters. If you believe that voters in the 1st and 7th congressional districts would be better served by Republicans, the appropriate way to address that would be finding and supporting good candidates to challenge Democratic incumbents, not drawing the lines to unfairly give your candidates an advantage. We oppose this bill because it will divide communities of interest throughout our state. Just a few examples are urban neighborhoods in Indianapolis, the Lake Michigan shoreline, the Calumet region, various media markets will be divided into multiple congressional districts, making it more difficult for these communities to have their issues championed in Washington, D.C. This map will give too many Hoosiers a muffled voice in Congress because their concerns may clash with competing interests who have been grouped into the same district. We oppose this bill because of the opaque process under which it is happening. A committee hearing less than 24 hours after the bill was released, only 1 day of public testimony. You are rushing this through the process and not giving voters adequate time for public comment. You are making a bad situation worse by disregarding transparency. And finally, we oppose this bill because of the long-standing damage it will do to democracy in our state. I will be finishing just shortly. By supporting this bill, you will be telling your constituents that you are more concerned about partisanship than public policy, more aligned with the Trump administration than your fellow Hoosiers, and that you are comfortable silencing the voices of any Hoosiers who don't support your political party. You will be taking action to further divide our state when we are in desperate need of unity. This is a dangerous step in the absolute wrong direction. Do not set us off on this course because there may be no way back for our state and our country once this damage is done. I urge you to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie Klisch. And on the other side over here, on deck, Ethan Hatcher.
Good morning. My name is Angela Carr-Klitsch. I'm the CEO of Women for Change, but I come here wearing many hats. And in all of those capacities, I strongly urge you to vote no to HB 1032. Women for Change is a nonpartisan, pro-democracy women's rights organization operating in the state of Indiana since 2016. We're here testifying among partners in a coalition of organizations that have heard loudly from our members about what is happening and their refusal to go along with this plan from Washington, D.C. We believe Hoosiers deserve a government that reflects our communities and earns their trust. Our democracy works best when the rules are clear, fair, transparent, just like the sports we proudly host and celebrate. No team, no business, no community thrives when the rules change behind closed doors. These aren't partisan issues, these are Indiana issues. A transparent redistricting process includes clear, consistent criteria for map drawing, public access to draft maps, and the data behind them, ample opportunity for residents, businesses, and educators and families to weigh in, and plain language explanations of how final maps were chosen. In my previous role as CEO of the Workforce Development Board for Marion County, the largest workforce development board for Indiana, I worked a lot with businesses. And businesses rely on predictability. But Indiana's opaque political processes create uncertainty. Gerrymandered systems increase polarization, delay critical economic policy, and undermine Indiana's competitiveness. Simply put, unstable governance threatens business growth as much as bad tax policy. Putting aside the specific call out that we heard earlier today about these maps being drawn for political advantage, for a legislator that prides itself on bolstering the economy of Indiana, you're breaking up representation of an economic region, a region you have supported through investments in the city. And as a resident of Marion County for the last 20 years, moving here specifically for graduate school, I can attest to any type of talent attraction efforts being null and void when you do not have a government that is representative of the people. I will personally be affected by these maps, and I will not forget. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Hatcher. Do we have Ethan Hatcher? All right. Joseph Smith. Ebony Barney. Okay. Joseph Smith, okay.
Thank you, Acting Chair and Committee. I appreciate the invitation to speak today. I hold no chair positions and I do not represent any organizations. I'm a lifelong Hoosier and a Republican, first voting in the 1980 elections. I want Republicans to win, but I want that majority because we have the better candidate, not because we changed the playing field in the middle of the game. The cost associated with mid-cycle redistricting by changing maps and districts, as well as the ensuing lawsuits and legal actions to come, would not benefit Hoosiers. You also run the risk of losing the public trust and confidence. In my opinion, one reason Republicans enjoy a supermajority now is due to the 2011 Democratic walkout, in where they lost public trust and confidence to do the job. My online research tells me there's only been an approximate 1.5% increase in the population. Why is that a reason to redistrict? I'm sorry to hear of the threats to Representative Schmaltz and the other state legislators. All Hoosiers should be outraged and offended, and the offendees must be dealt with. This shows how emotional this topic has become instead of logic prevailing. What many of my fellow Hoosiers want are better candidates for current districts, lower taxes across the board, lower utility costs, and the ability of our local legislators to listen and act in Hoosiers' best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. We got Ebony Barney up next, and come on up. You can, Barb Tully, go ahead and stand at the mic over here.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ebony Barney. I stand before you as a private citizen with a long-standing career in public health. I am a product of IPS and IUPUI, and my son, who earned his Eagle Scout rank by building a bridge here in Indianapolis, is now enrolled at Howard University. We are both the product of sacrifices and determination of my father and grandmother. My father graduated from Crispus Attucks High School, a beacon of excellence in the face of segregation. My grandmother became the first Black woman to own her home in her neighborhood, but only after petitioning her white neighbors for permission. Their courage made it possible for me to stand here today and for my son to pursue his education and leadership. These are not distant memories. They shape the neighborhoods we live in today and explain why certain communities still carry disproportionate public health burdens. Redlining didn't just decide who could buy a home, it dictated who had access to clean air, safe housing, grocery stores, clinics, infrastructure. It dictated which neighborhoods would suffer higher rates of chronic disease, shorter life expectancy, and greater vulnerability during during public health crises. And the consequences in Indiana remain undeniable. Our state has one of the highest infant mortality rates in the nation. Those deaths cluster in historically redlined neighborhoods. In Marion County, Black infants die at significantly higher rates than white infants, and those disparities map directly onto the same geographic patterns created by discriminatory housing policies. The same is true for HIV. Urban neighborhoods with limited access to healthcare, transportation, and prevention services, many of them the same communities harmed by redlining, face higher rates of new infections. When these communities are split across multiple districts, their ability to demand funding, prevention programs, accessible care are weakened. But let me be clear. The harm is not confined to Indianapolis. When the largest city in our state struggles with infant mortality, HIV, and environmental hazards, the consequences ripple outward. Public health crises do not stop at county lines. The strain on hospitals, the spread of disease, the economic cost, and the loss of human potential affect the entire state. Weakening representation in Marion County weakens Indiana as a whole. We know progress is possible when communities speak with a unified voice, whether improving maternal health, expanding HIV prevention, or addressing environmental hazards. These challenges require collective action, and we are ready to meet them. What we cannot accept are maps that divide us and silence that voice. Public health is inseparable from representation. Communities that cannot elect leaders who understand their realities struggle to secure the investments that save lives. Communities divided on a map are communities divided in their ability to fight for their own well-being. I believe in and work closely with urban and rural partners across Indiana every day. We all deserve representation that reflects the unique needs of our communities, and the harm caused locally will impact the entire state. My family story is a reminder that Black residents of Indiana have always had to push against systems designed to limit their power. Redlining tried to contain us. Segregation tried to silence us. These maps threaten to continue that legacy. But we will not be contained. We will not be silenced. I urge this committee to reject these maps and commit to a redistricting process that strengthens, not weakens, the health, representation, and future of all Hoosiers. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Barb Tully next and Samantha Bresnahan over here. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I am Barbara Tully with the League of Women Voters of Indiana. The League of Women Voters of Indiana denounces in no uncertain terms House Bill 1032 and the naked attempt by the Indiana legislature to rig congressional maps in Indiana in favor of one-party rule. This is not the representative democracy that our founders envisioned. Rather, they would regard one-party rule as a form of despotism, an exercise of absolute authority, leading to a country overseen by a despot, something they fled the shores of England to escape. Despotism is defined as the rule of absolute authority, tyranny, or an absolute or autocratic government. Thomas Jefferson viewed despotism as a threat to liberty that could arise from a government with unchecked power. George Washington warned that despotism could arise from the abuse of power, especially through intense political factionalism. The League of Women Voters of Indiana rejects the Indiana legislature's attempt to redraw congressional districts, which will have the effect of silencing Hoosier voices. Mid-cycle redistricting is the wrong thing for Indiana and the wrong thing for Hoosier voters, whose voices, not political maneuvering, should shape what happens in our state. Outside interests from Washington should not determine our future, nor do they reflect the values that Indiana citizens hold dear. For more than a century, the League of Women Voters has worked to safeguard voter access, uphold election integrity, and defend against efforts to undermine democratic principles. We oppose partisan redistricting mid-cycle because this tactic silences voters and weakens our democracy. Redistricting is meant to occur every 10 years following the census, not mid-cycle, not to favor any political party, and never to dilute the voices of voters. When politicians redraw maps outside this process, they erode the stability and fairness of our electoral system. The League stands with Hoosiers, including lawmakers from both parties, who have spoken out against mid-cycle redistricting. Their courage to prioritize principle over politics reminds us that integrity still has a place in our democracy, even in the face of immense pressure to vote against their conscience and the constituents they serve. Hoosier voters live by ideals of fairness, integrity, and decency. Efforts to stack the deck to benefit one party mid-decade does none of those things. This effort to redistrict now doesn't pass the smell test.
Thank you. We now have Anna Joseph. Rob Coomer. We have Rob Coomer here. Grace O'Neill. All right, we got, and let's get Tierra Howlett on the other side.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. My name is Grace O'Neill, and I work as the Central Indiana Coordinator for Faith in Place Action Fund. I'm here today to urge this committee to reject House Bill 1032. Faith in Place Action Fund develops and advocates for legislation, regulations, and government programs to care for the earth. While our work connects people of many different faiths and political backgrounds across Indiana, we are all united in our belief that thriving communities are built by the contributions of all their members. Today, that means ensuring all Hoosiers a voice in our democracy by voting no on this unprecedented and unconstitutional redistricting attempt. I came to Indiana for an education and a better life. I've made the choice to stay here for years and commit myself daily to making Indiana an even greater place to live, work, and practice the principles of my faith. Like so many others who have moved here from different states and countries and who have received freedom, opportunity, and Hoosier hospitality, I'm now tremendously proud to call myself a Hoosier. Yet today, with all that we've been given by this great state, it feels all the more ironic that our most fundamental right in our democracy, the right to fair representation and free and equal elections, is being undermined. As we've heard throughout this day and the past 4 months, this redistricting attempt is more than a matter of typical partisan politics, nor is it a reflection of Hoosiers' priorities and how we expect our representatives to spend your time and our taxpayer dollars. This is a matter of whether Hoosiers can continue to be represented and feel proud to call this state home, or whether the soul of our state is being sold to Washington to the highest bidder. In my work with Faith in Place Action Fund, I have heard from hundreds of people of faiths from houses of worship across Indiana. From a small town Quaker community in Richmond, a group of evangelical pastors in Irvington, a Muslim nonprofit on the west side of Indianapolis, a Hindu temple on the east side, and a family of lifelong Republicans at a Catholic church in Columbus. For each of these groups, the message is clear. This redistricting attempt is an affront to our moral convictions. I stand before you today bearing that message and holding steadfast to my own faith, a faith that teaches me that all people are children of God and deserve a voice and a life of dignity, not just those who we can use to push forward our own agendas. I urge you to hear your constituents, make the ethical choice, and vote no on House Bill 1032. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Tierra Howlett. And on the other side, go ahead and come up, Todd Fruehling. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tierra Howlett, founder of Lady Justice and I, board member of Countess Indiana, and member of the Advocacy Works program led by Representative Robin Shackelford. I am also a member of the 7th Congressional District. I stand before you today as a mother, a Black woman, and a citizen whose community is directly impacted by the maps being considered here today. The Indiana Constitution is not a suggestion, and it is very clear. Legislative districts are to be drawn after the federal census, which is every 10 years. Not twice in a decade, not whenever political outcomes feel uncertain. Every 10 years to safeguard the people, not the party, Representative Smaltz. Today's process may be permissible, but it is out of rhythm with the constitutional design meant to prevent manipulation of political power. What is happening here is not an isolated decision. Indiana has a long history of suppressing the political power of Black communities, from housing covenants to redlining to strategic district cracking during the Jim Crow era. Each tactic shared the same purpose: rearrange the lines to silence the voice. This mid-decade redraw is a modern tool serving an old intention. It is not lost on us that the districts being targeted contain the state's largest Black and minority populations. We have seen this before. My grandparents seen this before. These methods evolved, yet the impact has not. Lady Justice loses her footing when the lines shift in response to our voices instead of our senses. That is how Jim Crow drew power, and we cannot allow that legacy to redraw Indiana today. District 7 represents a diverse cross-section of our state: Black, brown, immigrant, working class, young, and future-shaping Hoosiers who deserve representation that reflects their communities. This map dilutes that representation. It fractures communities of interest and does so not because the census demanded it, but because certain voices have become a political threat. Democracy cannot thrive when the electorate is reorganized to secure outcomes rather than reflect populations. The legitimacy of our government rests on the consent of the governed, not the convenience of those in power. This committee has the responsibility to reject any map that manipulates the voices of the very people it was elected to serve. Indiana deserves districts drawn by population, not politics, by people, not by fear, by duty, not expediency. I urge you to honor both the letter and the spirit of the Indiana Constitution and to reject this mid-decade redistricting effort. Thank you for your time and attention to the voice of the people.
Thank you. Todd Fruling. And on the other side, go ahead and come up to the mic if you're here. Amber Young. Did that one.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Freeling. I'm a voter from Kendallville, Indiana. Just had to get up and get involved. But Casey Smith's article in the September 16th Capitol Chronicle revealed how Governor Braun tipped his hand on how fear was the real force behind redistricting. He said, if we try to drag our feet as a state on it, probably we'll have consequences of not working with the Trump administration as we should. Pretty clear signal. This spotlighted how redistricting is desired simply to appease Trump, avoiding his famed retribution. It was never intended to serve Indiana voters with increased fairness in our voting districts. Not at all. The same article quoted Representative Ed Delaney from Indianapolis as saying how Democrats, quote, regularly get more than 40% of the votes in statewide elections. Currently, Democrats hold 2 of Indiana's 9 seats, unquote. These 2 seats represent only 22% of all Indiana voters and just barely half of the Democrat voters. The current 9-0 redistricting goal simply blots out all Democrats, leaving representation only to Republican voters. How does that improve fairness? Has Article 4, Section 5 of our Constitution been thoroughly discussed yet in either our House or Senate? Our Constitution cannot be overlooked. As also the November 15th issue of the Capitol Chronicle pointed out how University of Indianapolis political science professor Laura Wilson found out that, quote, a lot of polls indicated a 2-to-1 majority of Hoosiers opposed this, unquote. Clearly, elections strictly to favor Donald Trump over Indiana voters. Trump started the redistricting program by forcing it on Texas, and they were first to respond. A federal court has spoken against it, declaring their new map as racist, and a final decision is still pending. Fear of Donald Trump and his baseless swatting phone calls has also taken place. And we mentioned earlier how political people are used to taking pressure. Trump's legislation, that's not justice. It's uncalled for and needs to stop. The real driver here again is fear. Fear of Donald Trump and his baseless swatting phone calls. Trump is afraid of losing both the House and the Senate and of a looming impeachment that could very well stick. His base is afraid of losing to Democrats falsely vilified into a fictitious enemy. And isn't the freedom to choose opposing candidates a major part of our checks and balances? So what are we going to do to preserve it? As Senate Democratic leader Shelley Yoder has already emphasized, we need to face our fear.
Please begin
Stop
wrapping up.
the bullying. Just say no to Donald Trump. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Evan Sheeran. Trevor with Citizens Action. Hake. Thanks. Hey, and be sure to adjust the mic to your height when you get up here.
Members of the committee, thank you for hearing public testimony today. My name is Trevor O'Hearn. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, and I'm here to strongly oppose House Bill 1032. This no court order and no constitutional requirement. The only force driving this process is political pressure from the federal executive branch. That should concern every person in this room, regardless of party. We have watched Lieutenant Governor Beckwith promote this bill using rhetoric designed to divide Hoosiers into teams rather than represent them. We have watched Governor Braun repeat talking points about political fairness without explaining why fairness suddenly requires map manipulation 4 years after maps were already drawn. We watched Attorney General Todd Rokita frame these changes as cultural battle rather than a constitutional responsibility. Their message may be loud, but volume isn't a justification for altering the foundation of our elections. We have also seen the consequences for lawmakers who dared to oppose this. Several Indiana senators who voiced concerns were met. Public does not produce fear. A map pushed for political advantage often does. The heart of this issue is simple. Redistricting exists so voters can choose their representatives. This bill turns that principle upside down. House Bill 1032 gives elected officials the power to choose the voters who benefit them, not the voters they are supposed to represent. When politicians select their voters, elections lose their meaning and public trust collapses. If rural communities feel unheard by drowning out their voices from urban communities, the solution is honest policymaking and coalition building, not breaking apart cities with the largest populations and economic responsibilities simply because those communities do not vote this way certain officials prefer. When a party cannot win a district, if this becomes normal, then any president from any party in the future can demand political maps from Indiana whenever they see an advantage. That erases the boundary between state power and federal pressure. That destroys the independence this body is supposed to protect. Voting yes on this bill does not show loyalty to Hoosiers. It shows loyalty to someone in Washington who wants Indiana to serve his interests. Every official who supports this bill should be prepared to answer for that choice, because this bill will follow them long after the next elections. Map manipulation undermines the credibility of our institutions. Reject it because voters deserve the right to choose their leaders. Reject it because Indiana's elected officials do not work for any president. They work for the people of Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lindsay Hake. And on deck, we will have Rick Volbricht.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I will be presenting testimony on behalf of the National Association for Social Workers, the Indiana chapter first. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for allowing me your time today. I'm appearing on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers. Redistricting outside the decennial schedule solely benefits a political party instead of all of us. Republican, Democrat, and independent social workers continually support the rights of all Hoosiers to equal representation that recognizes the diversity across the state. Our position is also supported by the code of ethics by which we are governed. Our ethical standards, institutions. Standards 6.04, our social and political action standard, calls on social workers to act to expand choice and opportunity for respect for cultural and social diversity, and promote policies that safeguard the rights of and confirm equity and social justice for all people. Social workers should act, and we are governed to prevent and eliminate domination of exploitation, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, or mental or physical ability. I will now give my testimony on behalf of Citizens Action Coalition with your permission, sir.
Please.
And oldest consumer rights maps that the General Assembly would now vote on. Despite the significant number of phone calls and emails received by you and across Indiana coming to the State House, redistricting reform bills failed here in this committee and in the Senate. While each Hoosier has their own reason to oppose redistricting outside the decennial schedule outlined in our own Constitution and statutes, Citizens Action Coalition rejects the mere notion of a partisan power grab. And this State House, this legislature, this committee is better than that. We encourage you to vote no for these reasons. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stay for questions if needed.
Thank you. Nate Stout. On deck, Laura Sinkhorn. Laura Sinkhorn. If not, Nick Roberts. Nate Stout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nate Stout. I was born in Tipton. I live in rural Howard County, and I proudly served as a Democratic judge in the Howard County elections, the last 3 elections that we've held. I'm here today to share my opposition to HB 1032. I've lived outside Indiana multiple times in my adult life, but I've always found my way back home. When I was in 4th grade, I joined Little Hoosiers and fell in love with our traditions and values. I've also been lucky to work across the country in my career, and when I tell people I'm from Indiana, their faces always light up when they talk about Indianapolis. We should be proud of Indianapolis, and I'm really happy to be here in such a wonderful place. It genuinely saddens me to see any of you being threatened or harassed, and I have to disagree with Representative Smaltz that it's just part of the process. It shouldn't be. In addition to opposing redistricting, I want to share what's happening in places like Rushville, Tipton, Windfall, Delphi, and Flora. Because while you're here pushing an unnecessary change, we're dealing with the real consequences of SCA 1. These places built me, and it's important. City and county councilors are making cut after cut. Schools are stretching every dollar and still losing resources. The picture in 2028 is bleak. When SCA 1's impact started hitting rural Indiana, I started to show up at meetings. I reached out to my representatives. Some are harder to reach than others, as you can all probably attest. I asked, hey, we're seeing all these issues with SCA 1. Why not reconvene early? Let's do something about it. I was told by many, no, that's impossible. Yet, here we are, December 2nd, and we're talking about redistricting. I started my career in the golf business, and I'm not sure if many of you are golfers, but imagine playing a guy, you get beat by 7 on the front 9, and he goes, I'm gonna need 2 more on the back. That's not competition, and that's not what makes Indiana better. To make it worse, a national leader posted abhorrent things with no shame. I think most civilized adults have stopped using certain words a long time ago, and it saddens me that we don't seem to have the same outrage on both sides of the aisle. I do want to say thank you to Senator Mike Bohacek for being one of the few willing to say something that needed to be said. One party has had a supermajority for over 13 years and now believes it's acceptable to violate redistricting norms to help their friends in Washington. This whole production here is costing taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, every small town has been asked to cut. And what can you do to lean out? This whole production, again, is unnecessary, and this isn't leadership. It's not representation, and Hoosiers deserve better than a government that bends to the anger of one man while ignoring millions. And with that being said, I thank you for listening, and all these reasons are why I'm running for House District 38 in 2026. You're going to get some competition. Thank you for your time.
Laura Sinkhorn again. Isaiah Link. Isaiah?
Nick Roberts.
Nick Roberts. Yeah. Did Nick Roberts already speak?
He's my twin brother.
He's your twin?
Yeah, no, it's a long story. I was put on the list before, and he said I could go for him because he already went. For some reason, he's on there.
What's your name?
Nathan Roberts.
Nathan Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Nathan, I have called your name, so you are welcome to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathan Roberts. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, and I'm a deeply concerned citizen. I'm 100% in favor of the new congressional maps, and I think Republican politicians need to take a strong stand on this issue to add fairness and deliver for President Trump and everyday Hoosiers that gave you not just a majority, but a supermajority in the last 7 elections since 2012. I'm 25. More than half of my life, we've had not just Republican majorities, but supermajorities in both chambers and the Republican governor. There are people who will vote in 2026 who were in preschool the last time we did not have Republican supermajorities and a Republican governor. Voters have had the opportunity time and time again to elect a new party, but they refuse every time. This is a deep red state, whether the people in this room like it or not. I have 3 main arguments in favor of redistricting: fairness, the radical opposition we face, and representing Hoosier voters. Firstly, the Democrat Party is not the Democrat Party of the 90s anymore. When Charlie Kirk tragically passed away, a staffer in a U.S. congressional office said, quote, "Charlie Kirk isn't a martyr. He's a casualty of the violence he incited. You'll never gaslight me into mourning a Nazi. Never." This statement by the congressman's senior constituent liaison was not even addressed by the office she worked for. No firings, no apologies. That congressman was Andre Carson. Why in the world are Republicans going to bat for a congressman who allows his staffers to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk? The Bartholomew County Democratic Party in Columbus, Indiana said, quote, "Violent delights have violent ends," after Charlie's death. In Virginia, Democrats elected an attorney general who said he wishes that the 5-year-old children of their state's very moderate Republican House Majority Leader should be killed because, quote, "that's the only way you can teach fascists a lesson." How many Democrats in Indiana did you see condemn any of these things? This is who we're up against in our country. They will do anything necessary to win, including violence. Republicans have always and will always be a peaceful party, but we can't fight in this political battle with our hands completely tied behind our backs. And never forget that despite all the complaining from Indianapolis Democrats, they are quiet as church mice when their fellow party members gerrymander all over the country. When was the last time you heard an Indiana Democrat demand Republican congressional seats in New England or Illinois? New England's congressional delegation has 21 Democrats and 0 Republicans. This is despite New England voting for Kamala Harris by just 18 points, which is less than Trump. Indiana voted for Trump, but we give Democrats in Indiana 2 seats. In Illinois, they have 14 Democrats and 3 Republicans. Their election was only an 11-point win for Kamala Harris. Both of these gerrymanders occurred far before Indiana even discussed this for the first time and are much more extreme. Democrats had their opportunity to call for fair maps in those areas, but of course it never happened. They will always support party over country. Lastly, many Republicans say, oh, we can't do this because if we pass the new maps, we will lose support at the state level and we might lose our supermajority. That's nonsense. This was the same excuse that some Republicans used in 2022 to argue against passing an abortion ban. Remember that blue wave in Indiana in 2022? Of course you don't, because no actual Republican voters would actually be mad about redistricting. And do not believe the poll commissioned by the Indiana conservation voters. That is a
Please
partisan.
conclude your remarks.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm 100% support the new maps and strongly encourage Republicans in the State House to have the courage to represent their constituents. Thank you.
A question for the witness. Representative Pryor.
Thank you. Can you, right here, can you talk about all of the violence that the president has touted, engaged in, and the other Republicans that have touted and engaged in against Democrats? Or are you not aware that Democrats have consistently been targets of violence and threats from Republicans?
What violence and threats are you talking about?
Well, let's talk about Minnesota.
I would counter with the example of Charlie Kirk.
And how about the president also stating that he could walk down a street and kill someone? Well, so you're aware that Republicans.
That was a joke.
How do you know it was a joke?
Well, that was a long time ago and he was joking, but
It doesn't
in the
matter.
violence in Minnesota, Was there any Republicans that cheered that on or supported that? I didn't see any, but in the polls of the country, 30% of like Democrats in the country say they loved the death of Charlie Kirk and thought that was a good thing. And there were staffers in congressional offices
Well,
who said,
I'm not aware of anyone that has that appreciate or wanted the death of Charlie Kirk.
Ilhan Omar.
Like I said, I'm not aware of anyone, but I think it's very important to point out that a lot of the violence that comes, you cannot just put on one particular party, particularly when you look at all of the recent deaths. They have been people that have a Republican affiliation. So I think it's just important to be fair, to be clear, and to be honest about any testimony that is given, and to not just make it to be out for one party simply because it fits someone's political affiliation. Thank you.
Point well made, Representative Pryor. Representative Jackson for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Roberts, you made the statement that Indiana gave 2 congressional Democrat seats. They did not give them. Those 2 individuals were elected, not once, but quite a few times. So I would appreciate it when you speak, if you would be clear and concise and truthful. Thank you.
Thank you for your remark. Any further questions for the witness? Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
The chair does not appreciate or condone stereotyping the minority party or the majority party. All parties condemn violence and condemn the threats and all of that. And I want to emphasize that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Isaiah Link, Sandy Washburn, is Sandy Washburn present? You come forward. On deck, Jeffrey Beasley. Jeffrey Beasley, are you here? Sandy Washburn.
Does it go low enough? Sorry. My name's Sandy Washburn, and I live in Bloomington. I'm a citizen of District 9, and I'm here today to stand in opposition to House Bill 1032. This idea of redistricting to give every single seat to Republicans means that many Hoosiers, particularly Black and brown Hoosiers, will not be represented. It not only means that, it's intended to do that. Redistricting mid-cycle in this way is just wrong. And I think you all know it's wrong. You just passed the current map 4 years ago, and Republicans drew that map. You are gathered here today for one reason: to do President Trump's bidding. Admit it, not one of you called Governor Braun and said, oh, let's show up to work early and redistrict the map so that not one Democrat in this state has federal representation. Over the past 4 years, we've heard nothing from anyone about the map being unfair or that there's something wrong with the current map. Donald Trump and Mike Braun are threatening members of the Indiana legislature, esteemed members, members who are elected by Hoosiers, and members who have given considerable time and effort to the work of the General Assembly. They are threatening people and telling people that they should be choosing the next congressional representatives by redrawing the maps to disenfranchise voters. And we find out, particularly, it will disenfranchise Black and brown voters. They have seen that Republicans have been losing elections, so Trump and Braun, and some of you sitting here today, are going to rig it. And to get it done, the leadership is just fine to threaten members of this body, to get them to vote out of fear. And I understand that members of the General Assembly have experienced other threats in the form of swatting and maybe some more direct threats. When leaders, namely the president and the governor, make threats, and other governor leaders communicate tacit approval by remaining silent, we can expect more threats. When it's okay for leaders to threaten, everybody thinks it's okay to threaten. We know, too, that there are many Hoosiers, both Democrat and Republican, who do not support this unprecedented redistricting. We heard Representative Smaltz today claim that Republicans have been instrumental in making life good for Hoosiers.
Please conclude your
Last
remarks.
year, and CNBC, I've just got one more, released metrics showing that Indiana was second to last in quality of life. That's 49 out of 50. If y'all want to come to work early to take up urgent issues, I suggest you take up Hoosiers' quality of life. Representative Smaltz tells us today, and this bill tells us, that politics is more important than all other concerns relevant to Hoosiers. And be clear, a yes vote for this bill means that you believe that politics are more important than all other Hoosier concerns, that we should spend money on redistricting instead of money for Hoosiers. So there is another way to maintain the Republican majority. Find out what the people need and represent them. Thank you for your time today.
Jeffrey Beasley, Amy Guzman, Jean Gaunt, on deck, John Schmidt. Welcome, Jean Gaunt.
Hello, my name's Jean Gaunt. I am a voter in District 100 of Marion County, and I'm so glad to finally be called. I got up at midnight. I stayed up so I could register. It didn't work for 20 minutes, so I went to sleep till 5:30. I got on, I registered, got here with number 1. And so here, 4 hours later, I'll get to speak, and I'm grateful. After shoveling snow for an hour and a half, and cleaning off 4 cars for some neighbors who are widows. Well, I am the mother of 15 children, 4 homemade and 11 handpicked. They came from all over the state. We are a very diverse, culturally diverse family. We're Hindu, Christian, Jewish, and Christian. And, we get along just fine. Andrea Carson has been a great congressman for us. We feel like we can relate to him. But, I'm having children leave the state because of that quality of care you talk about. Well, I have a dead grandchild. That quality of care for those stillborns, because women can't get all the health care they need, and minorities especially, at 3 times greater. So, but I would agree with everything that's been said that's anti-1032. I'm not going to belabor that. But as a retired teacher, I want to teach you something you may not know, that there has only been one person who has taken on our illustrious president and won. And it's a Hoosier woman. You might know Betty Jean. Or maybe you don't. She was from Fort Wayne. She was the 1963 Indiana University Queen. She was a cheerleader. You can see it in the Indy Star in 1965. She went on to become a writer, worked for a news magazine for 27 years. And she challenged Trump, and she won. Because you see, Betty Jean probably liked the first name Elizabeth better, so she changed her name to Elizabeth. And so she went by the initial of E. Jean Carroll. She comes from Fort Wayne, born just about the time that Carol Lombard died.
Ma'am, could you address your remarks to the legislation, to the bill?
Okay, well, she challenged. And just as Trump has tried to instill fear into our legislation and trying to take over, well, some of the smooth talk that I heard here, you'd be a great car salesman, especially used. Well, Indiana shouldn't be trying to solve Congress's problems. and we shouldn't be playing chess. We need to deal with Indiana, and it's pretty lopsided as it is now. Well, fear does drive this state, whether we want to admit it or not, or that. But you know, E. Jean Carroll, she beat that fear. She's still alive. Unfortunately, the people in Minnesota suffered for their legislature, and they lost some. So I ask Hoosiers to be brave, and the legislators to be brave and not cower, to serve our president, serve your constituents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Schmidt, followed by Kylie Wolf. John Schmidt, followed by Kylie Wolf.
My apologies to you all. My speech class was 57 years ago. I guess I represent the common man. So thank all you common people who showed up here today. Thank all the legislators who are common people, and they took the brave course of becoming legislators. I thought I wanted to be a lawyer, and I found out what lawyers actually have to do. And no, I'm not that. But on the bill, just don't do it. That should be enough, but sadly it's not. Redistricting is wrong. We want to pick our own politicians, but in this gerrymandered, largely gerrymandered country, both sides, we don't. The politicians pick their voters, and Indiana is just going far down that course. The majority of Hoosiers in the whole country just want nonpartisan districting. It would help everybody, not necessarily the people that manage to gerrymander, but the bulk of the people. Texas was first. California has 5 opposing, and I really hope that if the courts strike down Texas, that California won't follow through on that. The states are doing, little states are doing the same thing, doing or trying, again, sadly. We don't need to get on the Trump bandwagon. Andre Carson has been my representative for as long as he's been in politics. His mother before that. I've read that our founding fathers really didn't want any political parties at all. They thought it should just be vote for the best candidate. And that lasted, I don't know, 20 minutes after Washington was out of office. The other thing I'd read was that democracy is the very worst of all political situations, except for all the rest of them. I lean towards social democracy. I think that's what we already have here. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all the welfare, unemployment. I'd also heard that 85% of the optimists think that only 85% of the money that we spend on welfare goes to the recipients.
If you could please conclude your remarks.
Realists know it's more like 95, so probably a nickel of everything we donate goes to actually help people. And I heard a lot of stuff about racial problems with this free gerrymandering. And I'm not rich, but I am a white male from the 50s. And when I was about 12, I became appalled at what I was hearing and had heard from the adults in my neighborhood. I can't speak to the racial problem. I'm just not the right person to do that, but we've had some excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie Wolf. Alyssa Impink. Whitney Scott. Mary Holland. What's your name?
My name is Mary Holland.
Mary Holland. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm none of the rest of them. Again, my name is Mary Holland. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. It's been a rough couple of months for all of us, I think. It's been a rough couple of days, specifically when we were told that against better judgment, the House would reconvene on December 1st. I live in Hancock County. My state representative sits right in front of me, and I appreciate the fact that he's actually looking me in the eye. My federal representative is Jeff Shreve, and I have never seen that man. 6th District. I have been a Republican for over 40 years. Over that time, I have seen many changes in the Republican Party, even here in Indiana. Thank you, Nathan, for reminding me. I have clothing older than you are. In its current skin, or should I say scales, it is not the party I was brought up to be proud of. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smaltz, redrawing Indiana's congressional maps mid-decade is one dirty trick too far. Hoosiers are better than this. Indiana Republicans are better than this. Shame on you. I know some members of Indiana House use the excuse, well, both Democrats and Republicans, no, they want this. I want to remind you, we are not the rest of the country. Most of us support the Colts and not the Patriots. Yes, Texas legislature followed a would-be king's edict and voted to rig the midterms, which was then answered by a referendum in California, which, by the way, is highly temporary. And it was an answer to what happened in Texas. So yes, that happened, and that king's edict got them to rig the midterms, which was then answered by a referendum in California, which got this snowball from hell running towards Indiana. But to the gentleman who said Republicans are and Democrats want this, I want you to know that when you also said that all voices will be heard and all citizens represented, and then also admitted multiple times it's got to the Republican seat, it's you want more Republican seats. Those two concepts are in direct opposition. To be honest, right here and now, I know I'm not being heard. I'm a former teacher as well. I have to work 2 part-time jobs, and so does my retired teacher husband. Because coming in January of 2026, his teacher's pension will not cover our health insurance.
If you could conclude your remarks.
Oh, okay, all right. If we were really being heard, we'd stop this travesty right now, because 60% of Indiana Hoosiers, Republican, Libertarian, Independent, they don't want this. And I'm telling you that the people in Hancock County don't want this. We'd really love it if you'd tell us how we can stop building these stupid roundabouts. where the farm vehicles can't get around them. That's what we want you to talk about.
Thank you for your remarks. Thank you. Mary Davis. Benjamin Stanton. On deck, Karen Whitney. Welcome, Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Ben Stanton. I represent myself, and I apologize in advance for any rant and bullying I do. I'm not good with public speaking. This is my second time doing it. But I saw this map. I have it with me, actually. This map right here. And I just had to come here to have my voice heard, as have many of other Hoosiers here. This map just makes me disappointed, and it makes me angry. And not just the map, but the bill that it's tied to. It's just, this bill's trying to force down this map, trying to speed run it, trying to get it through as fast as possible when it's 5 years too early for it. Like, just wait till 2030 if you really want to rig the system. Indiana's already a red state. We don't need it redder. Not everyone here is red. I'm sorry. Again, haven't done this much before. I don't want the people of Indiana to feel disenfranchised, and this map would do just that, disenfranchise voters. We're already in the bottom 10 of state voter turnout, and this map just, who would want to vote when they don't feel like they're heard? This map makes me feel like I won't be heard. It's just, this map's not fair. And drawing Marion County and quartering it is malarkey. It is terrible. And consider this, out of everyone that we've heard so far, only two people who have come to this podium, or the other one on the other side, have spoken in favor of this. And there have been tens, if not 100 people who have come to this. 2 out of 100. Listen to the 98. I thank you for your time, and please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Karen Whitney. Welcome.
Present. Okay.
Cecilia Pointer on deck.
My name is Karen Whitney, and I'm short, and I'm glad this adjusts itself well. And I'm a concerned Hoosier. I'm a badly retired college president, and I live in Hendricks County. And next year, I will be running as a proud Indiana Democrat to become the next state House representative for District 28. And I'm motivated by what I've heard today even more and clearer on why there must be change. Today, though, I do not stand as a candidate. Today, I stand before you as a concerned citizen and a taxpayer who opposes proposed mid-cycle redistricting. I believe our democracy is a precious thing, and it rests at a foundation on fairness. This insanely abrupt attempt to redraw the maps with no citizen input before the decade is out shatters that foundation of trust. So the lack of citizen input, a fair redistricting process requires robust citizen input. There was process before. It may not have been finally legislatively required, but the right thing was done. The right thing should be done again. Today's hearing has only just scratched the surface for understanding the impact this bill will have on state offices responsible for administering. I'm a former president. I get getting stuff done administratively. It will be a circus. It will be the worst thing in the world. It'll make the last election where I stood in the Brownsburg Library for 3 hours to vote look like nothing. It will be a travesty on all of us, and it will outrage and suppress the democratic process for everyone. So I'm trying to add content at this late hour on what you haven't heard. It should be not done until we get citizen impact, until we understand in an orderly way. I am calling for this committee to table this motion to have reasonable and appropriate impact. I invite you to Hendricks County. I invite you as District 28 to, I actually have to campaign in 3 counties, in Hendricks County, in Boone County, in Montgomery County. I invite you to those counties and talk to citizens directly about this bill and find a way to do the right thing. Table this effort. Hoosiers don't cheat. My taxes pay for this government. If you are getting some messages from DC, they don't pay your salary. They don't pay for this house. I do. We do. Listen to us. Please table this. Have the appropriate sessions. You got my contact. I'll have you over to the house, or we'll meet at the elementary school, and we will do it the Hoosier way, face to face, sitting across the table, talking about this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cecilia Pointer. On deck, Michael Ropp. Michael Ropp. Cecilia Pointer, welcome.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Pointer. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, and I'm representing myself. If roles were reversed and the Democrats were trying to do this, I would be standing here in opposition to that. I don't care which party's doing it. Every Hoosier's vote should matter. 40% of Hoosier voters shouldn't be disenfranchised regardless of party affiliation. I don't care what other states are doing. I care about Indiana. However, if you're going to use California as an excuse to do all this, it is disingenuous given the fact that Texas started all of this and California was just a response to that. When I was redistricted in 2021, I wasn't happy, but I believed the General Assembly, you guys, when you said that the 2021 maps were perfect and fair. Okay, redistricted then, everything was fine. So I ask you now, with no new data, were you lying then when you told me that? Or are you lying now by claiming that redistricting is somehow necessary only 4 years later? In addition, given the political threats of violence that's already been discussed towards legislators who committed to no vote, if you pass this, you are giving into violent threats and proving that bullies will always win. And in addition, for those of you who voted against DEI this past session, because you believed in merit, why doesn't merit matter now? Okay. What you're trying to do now is exactly what you claimed DEIA did. All of this throughout the United States has been called a race to the bottom by many nonpartisan election groups. No matter who wins, it ultimately is not about representation. It is about partisan gamesmanship, which is pathetic for a supposed representative government. I ask you to vote no on HB 1032 to make Indiana better and to prove that we are a true representative democracy.
Thank you. Michael Ropp. Virginia Cutler. On deck, Marcel Duplantier. Welcome, Virginia Cutler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman Wesco and members of the committee. My name is Virginia Cutler. I live in District 4, Boone County. I'm a lifelong citizen of Indiana, have 2 adult sons who live here, and I have grandsons who live here. I had to come down this morning because in 1981, I was here working for then Chairman Richard Mangus. He was the chairman of the House Reapportionment Committee. I had my first job out of college was for the House Majority staff upstairs. And I had a number of good years working here as a staffer. This particular issue, I had to come because after the legislature passed the reapportionment legislation in 1980 after the census, Chairman Mangus, I was one of his staffers. He handed me the bill and said, clean this up, get it ready for January of '81. And I looked at the map. It was all over the newspapers. It was a god-awful mess. I mean, there were non-contiguous areas in the map. There were fingers that jutted out. It was embarrassing. And it took a year to fix it. And then it was passed in the '81. I still have the signed copy of the original bill. So I ended up testifying in federal court about the things we took into consideration, which of course, one man, one vote, not trying to dilute minority vote and communities of interest. And I had worked as hard as I could within the parameters that I was given by Speaker Jay Roberts Daly and Chairman Mangus. I had to do the best I could to fix it and ensure that we respected those guidelines. And I believe that we did. So one thing I would like to share with you about that experience, particularly Representative Smaltz, the work that I did it manually. I didn't have an algorithm. I still have a folder at home in an old box with all those papers and maps. I went around and met with every single member of the House whose district was going to be impacted by the cleanup bill and talked with them and got them to agree to the changes that were necessary to make it into a respectable bill. Now, they did have, back in those days, okay, I'm older, 1980, yeah, there were computers starting to come in. And they had an office over across the street, in the GOP office over there. There was a guy by the name of Al Sutherland who had wanted to work on this and had put forward some things that he came up with in his digital program. He made all kinds of mistakes. I found them by going through it manually. So my message to you, Representative Smaltz, is you don't need those guys in DC. You can do it. You can do it manually with the precinct data.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question for you. Did you do the legislative House maps or the congressional House maps?
Legislative.
Because I have questions about the congressional House maps from 1980 that I'd be interested to know. Your District 1 does not appear to be contiguous in the 1980 maps. Just an interesting observation.
District 1?
Of the congressional maps. But you said you worked on the legislative maps. So thank you for your testimony.
I have a few more things to say. Please, I'm older. It takes me longer to speak. It really does. As a young person out of college, I was so proud to work here. I was so impressed with this concept of a citizen legislature, where the representatives went back home and had to live amongst their constituents. How does that philosophy jive with what you all are trying to do now or what they're asking you to do, where you've got congressional maps that it would take 2.5 hours to drive from one end of the district to the other.
Virginia, I'll give you 1 more minute.
If you really believe that you should be connected to your constituents and be representative of them, then you would care about communities of interest, about not dividing up cities unnecessarily. I don't care about counties. How about cities? Those are important communities of interest. You're making it harder to represent your people. Who are your people? They're not the ones in DC. They're here among you. Thank you.
Marcel Duplantier, followed by Michael Sahir. Marcel Duplantier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Marcel Duplantier. There's going to be a trend here because I am also a former Senate majority staffer that is against this bill because I believe it's against the law and against what's good for Hoosiers. Abraham Lincoln beautifully captured the essence of America when he wrote, "A government of the people, by the people, for the people." Today's effort is of the Republican Party, by the Republican Party, and only for the Republican Party. I'm an Indianapolis attorney and I've been practicing for 5 years. Since 1998, I have worked and lived all over the state. I'm a proud graduate of Purdue University and unfortunately of IU Law School because there was no Purdue Law School at the time. I formerly worked as a Republican intern in the Indiana Senate and then later for former US Senator and Director of National Intelligence Dan Coates. I was Secretary of Young Republicans at my high school. I volunteer my time with We the People, helping young Hoosiers engage with the American experiment, with civics and debate. I took PTO and had to make arrangements for my court cases to be here today with such short notice. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm here pro bono to stand up for what John Adams called a government of laws, not men. I do not represent Republicans or Democrats. I'm an independent because party politics over people has gotten out of control. I saw this firsthand when I covered the 2016 election working at C-SPAN and watched civility and leadership go out the window. I wrote my law school thesis on the Republican State Leadership Committee's Redistricting Majority Project, or REDMAP, after seeing parties put themselves over the people. This effort currently before the committee, was also led by RSLC. I care about the law, transparency, and the integrity of Indiana's democratic structure. The most important job of a citizen is to speak up when something is wrong, and I'm sorry to say that this effort drips with contempt for Hoosiers and treats the law like a build-your-own-pizza menu. When you split the economic core of the state into 4 congressional districts, like someone else put, drawing and quartering it, you are not just muting voters, you are devaluing the place where Indiana's future is being built. We want Indianapolis to keep attracting talent, investment, and employers. We cannot keep sending the signal that the state's most populous county gets the least say in who represents it. And I have 3 points on why this effort is not good law. The first is the open door law. Now, the General Assembly is exempt from the open door law, which is convenient, but it also, there's the spirit of the law too, which is that Indiana wants transparency and openness. This hearing was given less than 24 hours of notice, and the winter conditions today with the sidewalks being shoveled, dangerous road conditions outside, many Hoosiers need at least 10 to 14 days of notice to take off work. Anonymous House staffer confided to me yesterday that if they had to take a day off with less than 24 hours of notice from one of the members here, they wouldn't get it. It's interesting how that works. Notably, we have no testimony from the chairman's district, either for or against, because driving from Osceola this morning would have been unsafe, because they would have had to drive 2.5 hours back home last night in snow flurries, and then wake up around 5 a.m. to get here on time. I know this because I used to live in this district, in Granger. There's no way that this is a way to get people from the chairman's district here to comment on this bill. And we'll never know what their opinion is on it because of the contempt for his members of his district.
If you could please conclude your remarks.
Very briefly, there's issues with separations of power because this determines jurisdiction and venue and procedures for court. There's a special law issue under Article 4, Section 22 because it's creating a general rule and then carving out a smaller politically advantageous rule for mid-cycle changes. Additionally, it probably triggers the constitutional amendment procedure because under Indiana Code 3321 is what we're talking about today, but technique of statutory construction that comes from Antonin Scalia says that when two laws refer to the same issue, they have to be read together as one law, which means that you would have to go through the constitutional amendment procedure for this, which means that the two general assemblies would have to pass this and they would have to go before the people. And the reason you guys aren't doing that today is because it wouldn't be done in time to save you guys from the wave that's coming.
Thank you for your remarks. Michael Sahir. Jane Alexander. Yes. Jane Alexander on deck. Sir, are you Michael Sahir?
No, he had to leave. He gave me his time.
What is your name?
Elder Umoja Ajabu. And that's 2 years.
And did you sign up?
I did.
I don't see your name here, but go ahead. Please go ahead.
That's what happened. I wonder what was going on. That's what happened.
Please go ahead. Please speak. I'm giving you the floor.
Thank you. And my condolences to you. I know you miss Big Mama. And normally, I talk about Republicans, but I want to talk to you today. Y'all don't like Mike Pence? I mean, you're supporting the guy that was supporting people that wanted to hang him? And I mean, you know, me and Mike, our policies probably differ considerably. But I don't want him hung. And you got a guy who's compromising you, making you look weak. He was told, you ain't got the votes. I want the votes, find me the votes. And you broke. For a guy that was supporting hanging Mike Pence. Who got you compromised because he wants to be king. God bless. Are you that weak? You can't stand up and say, no, man, we ain't gonna do that. And we might differ with Mike Pence, but shoot, he was the governor of Indiana. We don't want him hung because you want to be king. Don't be weak, man. Stand up. Oppose that stuff. That's all I got to say. Thanks for the time.
Jane Alexander. On deck, Mary Blackburn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me a little time to speak. I am Jane Alexander. I live on the south side of Indianapolis. I wasn't expecting to speak, so these are my little notes. I won't be long, though. Just a couple points. One is that dividing natural constituencies is immoral and wrong. Disenfranchising populations or communities of interest in Indiana is wrong. Just because other states take certain steps doesn't mean we should. And as several people have pointed out, this little arms race was begun by Texas. Clearly, as several people have said, Indiana does not want this redistricting at this moment. So I am here to add my voice in opposition to HB 1032. And I just want to remind legislators that history will judge all of us on the decisions we make. Thank you.
Thank you. William Smith. And on deck, Alex Hardy. This side is fine. And the next individual would be prepared on this side. William Smith.
William Smith here, and I am going to state my opposition to this bill. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One, I've been a poll worker for 20 years in 3 different states. I can confidently speak of the chaos that this will cause at the poll. I know in my home state of New Jersey, Hurricane Sandy hit. And all of a sudden, people were thrown out of their houses, and there was nothing but chaos. This will make Hurricane Sandy look like a mild summer breeze. In terms of poll workers and chaos, it's just going to be crazy. I also want to condemn all the political violence. I don't approve of killing Charlie Kirk. I wish I could have debated him because I could have beat him in a debate. And I also hold something up here, and I ask anybody here, how is this fair? I am a no-one pickleball player in this city, and I want to win against the best, and so should you. So why don't you want to win against the best? Why can't you win on merit? Instead, you have to cheat to win? That's ridiculous. That ruins the whole game. I don't call out balls that are in pickleball. I don't cheat. Hoosiers don't cheat. So, and I also call out Nathan Roberts because I'm reminding him, what about January 6th? What happened then? What happened this past January? No violence. So it's not just Republicans, not just Democrats. It's the culture that we live in. And I'm going to end, and I'm going to keep this brief, with a bit of poetry that I just wrote. So I'm going to talk about why we should not be doing this. I walk through the mist, wondering where I am, and a face emerged from the grayness, and I stare into the angry face of George Washington. Other founding fathers keep coming as the Liberty Bowl tolls for the death of democracy and common sense. I see Hamilton shaking his head no, Franklin hanging his head in shame. I ask, whatever happened to fairness? Thus, I taught my children long ago not to change the rules in mid-game. So I stand with our founding fathers, and I wonder what is happening to our nation as I listen to those voices from so long ago. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Alex Hardy.
My name is Alex Hardy. I'm a veteran, twice deployed to the Iraq War, and I'm running for Congress for the 6th District to make Jefferson Shreve leave. But I don't come here as somebody running for office. I come here as a citizen. These maps are racist. I have a map right here showing the minority populations in our state. And if you notice, all of the areas, about 800,000 people cracked up for racist reasons. 175,724 people broken up out of the 7th District for CD4. 149,218 minority people broken up for District 5. You've got 205,387 minority veterans broken up for District 6. 166,360 broken up for District 7, and then 209,782 people broken up for District 9. These are racist. But also it's a betrayal of everything the conservatives stand for. I sat here and listened to conservatives say, you'll never see any kind of DCing here. Do you guys know what that means? And what are you doing? You're a rubber stamp for a felonious fisherman bombing rapist. You are sacrificing our sovereignty to make a felon feel better because he scares accountability. What are you even doing? If he's just going to do your job, you don't even need to be here. None of you even saw the map. It's not your map, it's DC's map. They fed it to you, and you're swallowing it. You're swallowing your decency. You're swallowing our time. Every single person's vote deserves representation. Everything you're doing about this is racist. You are racist. You are using the thinly veiled pretense of politics to just accidentally benefit the white bourgeoisie. It's just an accident. You just slipped into racism. Is this the best you can do? Is this the culmination of your political career for somebody from Brooklyn who can't sell steak, who rapes women, who will rape your children next if you let him? Who speaks for them? Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Ann Phelan. Moja Ajabu. He already spoke? Oh, okay. Tanya Lemur. Ann Phelan, welcome.
I'm going to ask a little, oh, yeah, I am short. Good old 5'2". I'm going to ask for your patience a little bit. My mother just passed away, so I have not had time to properly prepare an efficient speech for you.
If you could speak right up into the mic.
Right up to it, is that better? Okay,
Yes.
sorry. I was a moderate Lugar Republican. I love that man because of his sense of bipartisanship, his sense of the balancing of needs, and his respect for all. I have a background in biology, computers, and law. I interned for my congressman and then went back to DC to get my law degree there. Now, while I have spent a lifetime in medical device development and computer technology and would love to talk to you about the impact of what the Trump administration's tariffs, et cetera, are doing to all these wonderful small businesses that started up when Mitch Daniel and Dick Lugar and Evan Bayh and all those guys were trying to promote technology in Indiana and trying to prevent brain drain. I do realize that's not why we're here today. So I'm going to focus on the rule of law, what I know about constitutions, and what I learned. I'm sorry, I'm shaky. I'm thinking of my mom. What I learned when I wrote a paper in college. My father lost his two older brothers in World War II fighting autocracy. So I was very interested in college at looking at European history in the 1920s and 30s and the techniques and the psychology that was used to take two countries that had been democracies and turn them into autocracies. So that's where I'm coming from. And what I wanted to share with you was what I learned at the Principles First summits that have been held in DC ever since January 6th. Principles First was started by a bunch of Republicans actually who were gravely concerned about what happened on January 6th. It has grown into a group that it's got Republicans, Democrats, independents, and I am now an independent because of, well, and liberals, conservatives, and moderates. This whole group all getting together. There are economics experts, there are judges, legal experts, you have people who used to work at the Department of Justice, you have people who are social workers, you have journalists, you have all these experts from all of these things. And a couple years ago we went, and three of the people who were speaking on a panel were three women who had been in the White House. Two of them were in communications, and another one was Cassidy Hutchinson, and they spoke about what was going on in the White House right after the November 2020 election. Donald Trump knew darn well that he had lost. Now, I'm a critical thinker, and I knew he knew it. I can tell the difference between marketing, and facts and truth. And he knew he'd lost. And these techniques of starting all of these lawsuits, over 50 lawsuits across the country, that was about marketing. They knew that they didn't have the prima facie case to go to court, but it painted a picture. And it helped to get everybody, all these people who thought they were defending democracy, to show up on January 6th.
Please conclude your remarks.
I know, I know. I'm bringing this up because I want to make sure you understand what you're becoming a part of. It's this power grab. January 6th was about power grabs. And this redistricting movement, you guys, it's the same. It's the same power grabs. It's not right. I am here to defend democracy against autocracy. Please, please do this. Please respect the rule of law. Please respect why my uncles died. And I'm going to tell you one more thing and then I'll shut up. My mom went to Oberlin College. After World War II, she worked with the CIA to help prepare for Voice of America, for Committee for Free Asia, to help prepare the reports that went to the presidents at that point in time. She was we grew up in Ohio. I moved here in 1985, so I've been in Hoosier land for a long time. But we grew up in a town of 10,000 people in Ohio, and I knew at age 10 that my needs were different than the people in Cleveland and Columbus and Cincinnati. But my mom, who had been a lifelong Republican, who was a precinct committee chairman, who was a judge at when people were voting, for the first time in her life, she was embarrassed to say she was a Republican. She was embarrassed to say she was a Republican, and she was so horrified. She said, I no longer can support Trump, and she voted for Kamala Harris in 2024.
All right.
And I'm done now.
All right. Thank you
But
for your
please,
comments.
you guys, don't be a part of this. It's wrong. Please.
Thank you. Tanya Lemur, Judith Wilson, Breonna Jones, we'll have the lady on the right, and then if you would like to prepare on the left. If you please come to the microphone and state your name.
Hi, my name is Judy Wilson, and I come to you from Johnson County. My representatives, of course, in addition to our state senators, our U.S. senators, are Congressman Shreve and State Senator Craig Haggard and State Senator Cindy Carrasco. And I come to you today to tell you the people that I have voted for are not present. I have a great difficulty being able to contact those people and to have return calls or letters that are not self-congratulatory, a form letter that simply restates what they have done. And you are asking me, the authors of 1032, you are asking for me to accept that 100% throughout the state of Indiana. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That's not a very good customer service model to follow. I'm not receiving constituent responsiveness. I have to be thoroughly aggressive in order to get a call back and to speak to these people. And I haven't with my congressman. My U.S. Congressman, Jefferson Shreve, has not responded at all. And I live minutes away from his Greenwood office. And I go in there regularly to try. The closest I've been was I accepted one of the invitations to a free picnic, which I was then disinvited from. So you're asking that I willingly accept that we have this customer service model throughout our state? That makes no sense, that every single Hoosier should not be represented and authentically represented. I also, by the way, am a retired teacher from the Indianapolis Public Schools, and as such, I feel it's very important to maintain the continuity within Marion County. I do recognize that there are very different needs for representation within that area as compared to the area that I live in. It's just very distinctly different. And I appreciate how through the years there have been infrastructure recommendations that their congressman from District 7 has actually provided that I don't see happening in my district with my former congressman. So I again ask you, please reject 1032, not only for the disenfranchisement of the students that I taught, And I really regret that this is their future. It's certainly nothing I could have foretold or prepared them for. And I regret that terribly. But also, because at the moment, I don't have representation. It's representation in name only. I also have a comment, by the way, if I still have a second.
You have a second.
Okay, I have another comment that another citizen that couldn't be here, and she says, vote against early redistricting. Voting to redistrict early is not only against our state constitution, it is allowing the mob-like tactics from Washington to work. Why would you support this violence in politics? Win or not, this policy is by cheating. Several of your colleagues are showing a commitment to Hoosiers by holding the line in the face of these violent threats. We appreciate you. I've lived in Indiana for 40 years and always believed we stood for honesty and decency. Going against the law to cheat for a president would turn on you, who would turn on you is a heartbeat, in a heartbeat, I'm so sorry, I apologize, is anything but what Hoosiers stand for. And thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you. You would introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brianna Jones, and I am a lifelong Hoosier, community advocate, and a former intern of the House General Assembly. I also am a mentor of the next generation of civic leaders here in Marion County. And I am here to say what Hoosiers across the entire state have already said loudly. We do not want mid-cycle redistricting. My advocacy is grounded in lived experience and real conversations. I spend my time in churches, community centers, youth programs, and with families who are carrying challenges that this legislature has the power to address. And lately, I've spent months working phone banks, speaking directly with Hoosiers, Republicans, Democrats, independents, and one message came through more clearly than anything else. We didn't ask for redistricting, and we don't want it. This isn't speculation. This isn't partisan talking points. These are the actual voices of your constituents. And let me be clear, the next generation is watching. We have thousands of young Hoosiers who will be turning 18, first-time voters who are paying attention to this exact decision. This is a generation that knows how to organize, how to mobilize, and how to use social media to band together for the greater good. They understand their power in their voice. And they will remember who you choose to listen to and the people who you choose not to listen to. So I ask you respectfully, have you spoken to these young voters in your districts? Have you asked them whether they support this move or whether they, like so many others, see it as an unnecessary power move? Because their voices matter too, and they will be part of the electorate you must answer to. Hoosiers across the state want you all to focus on issues that impact their daily lives: housing, healthcare, public safety, education, and affordability, not mid-decade map drawing that they never asked for. This proposal is unnecessary, it's unwanted, and it does not reflect the will of the people. So today, I am urging you firmly, boldly, and with respect to reject House Bill 1032 on mid-cycle redistricting. Honor the people that you serve, protect fair representation, and lead in a way that the next generation can trust and believe in. Hoosiers are watching. Our young people are watching, and history is watching, and we will not forget. Thank you.
Max Hiddle. Max Hiddle. On deck, Jerry McKim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Max Hiddle. I live in Indianapolis. I live in Carey Hamilton's district. I was in the United States Navy from 1969 to 1973 in the Judge Advocate General's course, so I spent my first 4 years as a Navy lawyer. I've lived in Indianapolis all my life except for those 4 years, and I'm here to resolutely oppose the redistricting bill that's before the legislature today. I'd like to think that somebody in Indianapolis or Indiana who has a high school education under our system could look at what's going on and as a junior, senior high school realize this is not the right thing to do. We're better than this. You don't have to have a law degree. You don't have to be well-grounded in constitutional law to know that what this bill is doing is disenfranchising thousands of our citizens. That's simply not the right thing to do. And when I travel around the United States, Texas, Florida, I like to think we're better than some of those places that have done the same thing that we're doing. We've got lots to do in this state that don't have anything to do with the time and resources and talent we're wasting on this bill right here. We have issues with school budgets, maternal and infant health, job security, pre-K education, Medicare availability for our citizens. There's lots that we could be doing that could be constructive. It's beyond my imagination why we have to spend so much time on something that is so clear, is so unlawful, that a high school senior, hopefully with our educational system, could figure that out. One of our previous speakers said, quote, we may be a red state whether you like it or not, end quote. That's true, but that doesn't mean that a red state can ignore the Constitution and basically what's right. I can't tell you who the quote was, but you're all familiar with it. Democracy is in danger when good people remain silent. And that's where we are today. And just as a last thought, my wife and I went to see the movie Nuremberg last Friday night. And it's an excellent movie, well done, well casted, but it's got a message for us. So I urge you to go see Nuremberg and see if you see anything in that movie that's happening to us right now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Jerry McKim. Is Jerry McKim present? Is there anyone else here who had signed up? If you could come forward and state your name, if you'd signed up. It doesn't matter.
Okay, my name is Amy Guzman. Thank you. I heard my name called when I was still at home, but it motivated me to come. I feel passionate about this, especially as a Latina here in Marion County. My representative is Andre Carson, Ford, and Summers. And I feel very privileged that right now I do have representation. And, I feel confident that when certain issues are brought up, I know that my voice is being heard. My background is that I'm a lifelong Hoosier. I was born in Colombia, South America. I was adopted as a baby, brought here. And my first degree is in secondary education. I later became a nurse, and now I'm a certified nurse midwife with my master's. My biggest passion would be to tell y'all everything that's wrong with maternal child health, why it's hard for me to find a job, and all the reasons that we can make improvements there. But that's not why I'm here. Unfortunately, we could be spending time on that. But the reason I'm here, excuse me, I want to make sure I stay on point. I attended the event with Jim Banks with the redistricting. I don't know who all was there, but I very much paid attention. I met with him. I had been I had been in DC in May for the American College of Nurse Midwives Day on the Hill. I went to both of my senators' offices and talked about legislation due to midwives. But at this meeting that I attended, which was Republican, I was raised Republican in a Republican household, so I understand the values. I carry some of those values still. But unfortunately, when Trump was brought into office and talked about abusing women, talked about making fun of disabled, things that are just morally against the way I was raised in my church, I could not remain voting that way. And the more education I have, the more things that, I kind of an independent back and forth. There has to be a place for people like me. There has to be a place for voices that don't all sound the same. But the saddest thing at that event of Jim Banks was people standing up in the panel talking about immigrants and talking about how immigrants are making all of our voices and votes unfair, and how blue states are filling their states up with immigrants in order to make things unfair. And that is appalling. Immigrants, we all know that our country was based on that. The Statue of Liberty is supposed to be welcoming to immigrants. As you can see, I did 6 years of home visits all around the central Indiana, so I feel very familiar in public health and maternal child health with the population here, both immigrant and not, and the issues. So for us to not have a voice, for immigrants to come and contribute and be a part of society, just like a lot of y'all's ancestry is, to ignore that and to block us all. We already know about ICE and all of those terrorizing things. That's why I feel like I need to come every time we have a chance to speak out, because many people that look like me are very scared. We are not a pawn. Immigrants are not to be used as a fear-mongering or, blue states are, out of whack because they have too many immigrants to boost their vote. I heard them talk about convincing Hoosiers. These were Republicans. Convincing Hoosiers to go against their morals, against their ethics, all of the calls to Republicans telling you guys that this is wrong. Please do not bend the knee. Allow me as a single mom to look at my son and say, we can look up to these legislators, whether Republican or not, because this is just straight up wrong.
Amy, please conclude your
And the
remarks.
last thing, thank you, is that this is taxation without representation. As I agree with everyone talking about feeling disenfranchised by waiting in the lines and voting and feeling like it's not going to matter. And lastly, there were 2 men that stood up at that redistricting event that said, oh, I don't know where I'm going to run or where I'm going to, but I ran in this southern part of the state. Some guy stood up, I don't know his name, and said, I didn't win, so we need to change the map so that I can win. What is that? Is
Thank
that
you.
moral? Is that integrity? No, it's not.
Thank you for your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman here in the back, if you could come forward and state your name.
Hi, my name is Amber Young. My name might have been called earlier, but I have a son, and there was a snow delay, as some of you might have known. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Amber Young, and I am a licensed mental health counselor with over 15 years of experience serving Indiana communities. I've worked in schools, crisis response, community mental health centers, private practice groups, and via statewide telehealth. So I see people struggling with anxiety, depression, trauma, suicidality, and systemic barriers to care. Many here have spoken about representation, but today I want to speak to you about bridges. Mental health systems are bridges between a person and the care that they need. School-based systems, community clinics, mobile crisis teams, and trauma-informed programs that serve rural families, children, and underserved populations. These are the supports that carry people safely across difficult moments in their lives. When redistricting happens before updated census data, resources are misallocated. These bridges are moved, they're shifted, and they're removed without warning. Communities that rely on services suddenly lose access. Clinics lose funding, schools lose programs, families face months-long wait lists. Children in crisis and veterans struggling with trauma are left with fewer options. As mental health providers, we're often asked to fix consequences of these systemic decisions. So we triage, we safety plan, and we stretch ourselves to prevent hospitalization. But the failures we respond to are structural. They're not personal. The data makes this clear. Indiana ranks 48th in access to mental health care nationwide. 60% of Hoosiers with mental health conditions receive no treatment at all. Suicide is the leading cause of death in Indiana for residents under 35. That's currently as it is. So Indiana's behavioral health system has wait lists of months for outpatient therapy and crisis services, and that's even before considering funding misallocation or premature redistricting. When districts are redrawn early or funds are misallocated, these gaps just grow. Services that were barely meeting demand are stretched thinner, and people most vulnerable, whether that's rural, residents in urban communities, communities with neurodivergent populations, children and low-income families, they're the ones that bear the brunt. Redistricting before the census doesn't just affect the maps, it affects real lives. When funding and infrastructure follow the wrong numbers, clinicians are forced to fill the gaps, and that we didn't create. Families will wait longer. Crises will escalate, and preventable tragedies will increase. I'm warning you now. We cannot allow this to happen. Waiting for accurate census data ensures that resources match actual community needs. It maintains continuity of care. It protects the bridges that keep people safe. I urge the committee to pause redistricting until after census. Protect funding, prevent destabilization of mental health systems across Indiana. By doing so, you protect not just the services, but the people who rely on them every single day. And I do have copies of the reference key data and sources.
Thank you for your testimony. Happy to take a copy.
Would I give that to you? Thank you.
Is there anyone else who had signed up to testify? Did not have that opportunity who's here? That concludes public testimony. Are there amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Pierce, do you have an amendment?
I do, but before that I wanted to raise the issue again of these public field hearings. Perhaps you've had a chance to consider my request this morning, but I noticed we had a number of people who were called and were not present. I don't know if the road conditions got in the way of that, but you know, the map's only been available less than 24 hours from the meeting started. And I think there are probably a lot of people around the state who just can't make it down here. So I was wondering if you would consider us, before we consider amendments and voting on the bill, actually have the same set of field hearings that we had when we voted the current maps in 2021.
Representative Pierce, we will accept motions and seconds of the motions, and we will vote on it today.
Well, just note for the record, I think it's limiting the ability of the public to really weigh in on what's a very consequential issue, one of the most consequential issues that I think comes before a legislature.
Are there amendments? Representative Pryor?
Yes, I do have an amendment, but before I offer my amendment, I would like to say that I agree with Representative Pierce. This is a rush process. It's not a mandatory. It's not an emergency. Quite frankly, it is not needed. So I'm very disappointed that we're moving forward with something, with a redistricting process that nobody has asked for, but is totally to appease one person because they know their policies are horrible and are failing American people, and they know that there will be a loser again in the 2026 election. With that, I am offering amendment number 14.
Second.
Amendment number 14 is offered and seconded.
Amendment number 14 deletes the contents of the bill and inserts provision urging the Legislative Council to assign to an appropriate study committee during the 2026 interim the task of studying certain topics concerning mid-decade redistricting. And many of these items that are in the amendment are items that were I guess, considered important in the bill that is before us. And some of those topics has an effort on preserving the integrity of the state's election, whether or not ensures the elections are fair, orderly, and free from chaos and confusion, and does it have an impact on racial minorities? I want to just talk about that for a second, because as the author of the bill stated, there was no consideration to make sure that the bill was in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, and whether or not minorities districts would be protected. And so with that, I would ask for support of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Pryor. Is there discussion on the motion and the amendment? Representative Pierce?
Yeah, I think that there's just so many issues that are implicated by drawing maps in the middle of a district, and the impact. We heard about some testimony, the impact on the administration of elections. A lot of other issues were raised as far as the process goes. So I think if the legislature thinks we should be redrawing maps in the middle of the decade, that we should first stop, take a breath, and have a study to really analyze what are the implications of that. So I would support the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment has been moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Arrington.
Yes.
Representative Pryor.
Aye.
Representative Payne.
Hold it for a moment.
Representative Culp.
No.
Representative Lawson.
No.
Representative Yoakum. Representative Kyle Pierce.
No.
Representative Prescott.
No.
Representative Pressel.
No.
Representative Smaltz.
No.
Chairman Wesco.
No.
And Representative Payne.
Hold it open.
Okay.
Are there further amendments? President Pierce?
Need to raise your hand.
Yes, I'd like to offer amendment number 16. And amendment number 16 would remove the parts of the bill that outline the new districts that are proposed, and would instead place in adoption of a non-partisan redistricting system. This is basically, some of you have probably heard or remember this amendment in previous years on second reading from time to time, but it would take the Iowa system of redistricting and require that to be used here in Indiana. It's an interesting system in Iowa in that it's been in place for about 40 years. And the important thing is it's simple to be implemented because it does not require any amending of the Constitution or anything of that type. What it essentially would do is create a set of criteria that excludes any political data. Anything that would allow you to gerrymander a district in favor of one part or the other would be excluded. It lists other kind of standard metrics like compactness and things of that type. It has the Legislative Service Agency draw a map that is based on those non-political criteria. They also, the various caucuses appoint members to serve on a kind of a temporary advisory commission, which would advise Legislative Services Agency as they produce the map. And the way it works is the LSA maps would come before the legislature, and there would be a vote on those maps. And if the vote is rejected, you can basically send it back with suggestions on how you think the map could be improved. Then it comes back for a second round. By the way, no amendments allowed other than technical amendments. Then on the second attempt, where theoretically the suggestions have been considered or implemented into the map, you'd have a second vote. If the map fails to pass at that point, a third one comes back, and then at that point, amendments are available. You can go ahead and amend it. I've been told that as a practical matter, they never have a third version of the bill because everyone's nervous about what might happen the third time around when you open it up on the floor for amendments. So typically, you get a nonpartisan map with some feedback from the legislature. And so I think that would be a good system that could be put in place immediately. You wouldn't need to amend the Constitution. You just get it into statute and use it. So I urge your support of the amendment.
The amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion of the amendment? Representative Arrington?
Thank you. This is something that has come up in this General Assembly before, and in the main has been died in committee. And in 2021, there was a real move among the population to make it happen, but it didn't. So here is our opportunity to make this independent study, which is something that Representative Schmaltz said he would certainly look into. And I think this is the time to look into it and say yes to it.
Any further discussion? Representative Pryor? No? Any further comments or discussion of the motion? It has been properly moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Arrington.
Yes.
Representative Pryor. Representative Payne.
No.
Representative Culp.
No.
Representative Lawson.
No.
Representative Yoakum. Representative Kyle Pierce.
No.
Representative Prescott.
No.
Representative Pressel.
No.
Representative Schmaltz.
No.
Chair Wesco.
No.
This vote is fails 4-9.
And if we could return to the previous motion for Representative Payne to vote.
No.
And that was amendment number 14, which also fails 4-9.
Are there further amendments? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to offer amendment number 7. And what this amendment would do, it would delete the provision that allows the General Assembly to amend congressional districts at a time other than the first regular session of the General Assembly convening immediately following the U.S. decennial census. What this would allow is, it would allow those individuals who want to come in and speak within their districts to give their thoughts and their opinions and suggestions about redistricting. Clearly today, we did not get only just a synopsis of those individuals in the state who are serious about.
You offered number 7, that's mine. But that's public hearing, yours is 10.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's
I said
amendment number 10 is the
number
one that we require
7, I
public
meant
hearings.
number 10.
We just want to make sure everyone's clear. We're talking about amendment number 10, which relates to public hearings.
Yes.
All right, so you have moved amendment number 10?
Yes.
And it's been seconded?
Yes. Yes. And basically what this amendment, as I was saying, it would establish a congressional district. It would require a hearing where individuals would be able to come to a hearing within their district and speak on behalf of their opinions with regards to the redistricting. Just like what happened in 2021, when we went from district to district all over the state and giving individuals the opportunity to speak. Now, I feel as though in doing so, what that does is that allows transparency as well as public input, as well as suggestions on what is best for us as Hoosiers throughout the state, not just a few. I feel as though we need to be inclusive and we need to look at all Hoosiers and give them the opportunity to speak and to let their voices be heard, and not just make it a situation where it is a small group of people who are making a decision for the entire state.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Is there discussion or questions on amendment number 10? Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also concur and agree with Representative Jackson. Having served on the Elections and Apportionment Committee when we did our previous maps, even though the maps were not, I don't think that they were perfect in the best maps that we could have came up with. At least people had an opportunity to testify and to provide feedback around the state on what they felt would be the best, what they wanted in the bills. And I attended 3 of those meetings around the state, and then the one that was here. And with this process, it has been a rush process. Even though we've worked on this for, well, not we, it has been worked on for 4 months. The public and the committee members, I'm assuming the Republicans as well as the Democrats, have not had an opportunity, quite frankly, to really to look at the bill, to understand the bill the way that we should. People who live far from out of town, because of the very late notification, one about us coming back into session because we were on, we were off, and they were on again. And then finally being on, and then only giving a very short window of knowing when we were going to meet in committee. It is not fair to people to not have an opportunity to come and testify on the bill. And on top of all of that, with the bad weather, people not being able to get here, with something this major in this bill, this is about our democracy. It is one of the biggest things that we do in the state, and to not have adequate time for people to come and testify, and to not have another public hearing, and have adequate public hearings, I don't think that people are served properly. And I think that we should all want to make sure that people feel their voices heard, and that's why I support the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just a note that when you're not speaking, if you could please mute your microphones so that we don't get the feedback. That was the information there. Thank you, Representative Pryor. Amendment number 10 has been offered and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Questions? Seeing none, call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Arrington.
Yes.
Representative Pryor. Representative Payne.
No.
Representative Culp.
No.
Representative Lawson.
No.
Representative Yoakum. Representative Kyle Pierce.
No.
Representative Prescott.
No.
Representative Pressel.
No.
Representative Smaltz.
No.
Chair Wesco.
No.
And the amendment fails 4-9.
The amendment fails 4-9. Are there further amendments? Representative Arrington?
Yes, thank you. My amendment is number 15. And to begin, I want to just say that we're here today because this redistricting plan is considered a high priority by the Republican caucus. But in the testimony I'm hearing from people, I keep hearing that their priorities are affordability. Affordability of childcare, of healthcare, and of utilities. And so these are the things that my amendment raises that would have to be certified by the Elections Commission before this redistricting plan, if it's passed, would go into effect. And so what I've done is provided some metrics for the election division to measure whether we're meeting those standards that would raise Indiana's ratings in utility rates, childcare, and healthcare. And let me start with utility costs. And that metric would be according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the EIA. And it would say that we would have to be among the lowest 25% of states nationally in order for this to go into effect. Now, let me say that currently the EIA ranks Indiana in the top most expensive states for residential electricity costs. So Hoosiers are paying 17.5% more for electricity compared to just last year. No wonder people are complaining. That's the biggest jump in 20 years. Now, let's look at the metric for access to affordable health insurance. And this is what would be, we measure it according to the American Community Survey, which currently we find that 7.6% of Hoosiers have no health coverage at all. And only 67% of working adults have access to an employer-based plan. So hundreds of thousands of Hoosiers, entrants, children, pregnant women, and working adults on Medicaid are facing looming state and federal cuts. And the dysfunction in Washington is set to end the ACA tax credits and skyrocket premium costs for over 300,000 Hoosiers. I think we need to raise this priority to a much higher level than we have up to now. And then when it comes to childcare and pre-K, this amendment proposes to eliminate the CCDF wait list and fully fund it for childcare for 1 year as the metric to hold us accountable for. In December of 2024, FSSA announces a wait list, that is no new vouchers for CCDF or On My Way to Pre-K, mostly federally funded programs, which they blamed on a $1 billion Medicaid shortfall. So approximately 20,000 children will be waitlisted per year. And then in September of this year, FSSA announced reduced reimbursement rates due to that $225 million funding gap. And these rates would be reduced through 2026. And they're blaming it on the prior administration's use of temporary COVID relief funds, but did nothing in our budget to make up for any of that. So there are now 31,000 children on the wait list for CCDF vouchers, and FSSA announced no new vouchers until 2027. Now, why, when you think about we want Hoosiers who want to work, are able to work, we want them to, why would we take away childcare, which so many of them need in order to work? And with the On My Way Pre-K wait list, it's similar. State-funded programs that provide free, high-quality pre-K to 4-year-old children from a household with income at or below 140% of the federal poverty level. Now, they must have a parent or guardian who is working in school or attending job training. Yet, we're not doing much to take care of these critical issues, which in my mind are absolutely as more critical than changing our maps in mid-decade. So as of June 2025, the enrollment for On My Way Pre-K is capped at 2,500 total children, which is less than half the current enrollment and a third of what it was 2 years ago. We're going in the wrong direction. So in conclusion, as I say, These are important issues. We all agree they're important issues. So we need to take serious action to make them happen. And I think that balancing it with the metrics being certified is a good way to put that in perspective with this redistricting plan, to make the plan wait until those metrics are satisfied.
Amendment number 15 has been offered and seconded. Is there discussion? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment because, ever since August, the supermajorities in the House and the Senate and the governor have been completely preoccupied with this issue about whether to comply with the request of the president to change these maps to give the Republican Party a better opportunity to maintain control of the U.S. House of Representatives. And it's been disappointing how much energy and focus has been on just preserving political power. And you have to ask yourself, what is the point of amassing political power if you don't do anything with it to actually, address the needs of the people? So what this amendment simply says is, okay, if you want to do the political power grab thing and change these maps in the middle of the decade, you should have to at least earn it. And you can earn it by actually addressing the needs of the people in three key areas: healthcare, childcare, and these skyrocketing utility rates, many brought on by the policies of this General Assembly. And so the amendment just simply says, okay, if you can address those three issues and actually do something for the people and meet those metrics, then you can have your maps. And it's only until then that you get the maps. So if you want the political power, you got to actually do something for the people. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Thank you, Representative Pierce. Any further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I'm looking here at the child care issue. We have so many children who are in child care facilities. And last year we passed a bill to increase the number of children in which a provider can care for it. In some instances, that puts those children in danger because we don't have enough workers working there. I don't think that that is what we should be doing here in the state. I think we should be caring for those children, and we should look at providing for them in a safe, comfortable atmosphere. Also, with regards to the Medicaid, we have had people on the Medicaid list, the waiting list, for several years now, several years. These people are in need of help, and they are in need of assistance now. And I think that if we get that list clear and we show our communities that we are working for them and not here working for those in Washington. I support this. I know this is a good amendment, and I would appreciate your vote in the affirmative.
Is there any further discussion on amendment number 15? Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Arrington for offering this amendment. It's an excellent amendment because it really gets to the crux of affordability, which is what probably all of our constituents have been talking about, particularly the issue of utility costs, which is strangling people. It seems like every utility has decided to go in for a rate increase. I know here in Indianapolis, people are having a very difficult time. We went through a major debacle when they updated their system and people had their money withdrawn out of their accounts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So we have had major issues with these utility costs. And so Representative Arrington, I think, has come up with a very good way for trying to address some of these issues. And I think, everybody is probably having these issues of people talking to them in their districts. And if people want these issues to be addressed and resolved, I would hope that they would support Representative Arrington's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, amendment number 15 has been moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Arrington.
Yes.
Representative Pryor. Representative Payne.
No.
Representative Culp.
No.
Representative Lawson.
No.
Representative Yoakum. Representative Kyle Pierce.
No.
Representative Prescott.
No.
Representative Pressel.
No.
Representative Smaltz.
No.
And Chair Wesco.
No.
I just lost my vote, but I think I covered everybody. That was, the amendment fails 4-9.
All right, amendment fails 4-9. Are there further amendments? Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm calling,
If anyone has their microphone still on, thank you, Council.
I'm calling amendment number 7. In amendment number 7, it deletes provision that allows the General Assembly to amend congressional districts at a time other than the first regular session of the General Assembly, convening immediately following the U.S. decennial census. And the purpose of this is to make sure that, one, we're only redistricting once in a decade. And then 2, to make sure that we have adequate information in census data to go by. And 3, to make sure that we're not in the situation again and that this mid-decade redistricting does not become a normal place and set a precedent that to be something that's done over and over again. So, but I would ask your support of amendment number 7.
Second.
Amendment number 7 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment. I'd like to point out that the current statute, the current law, says that these maps should only be redrawn after the year after the census. And so in order for this bill to become legal, the bill has to amend the existing statute. Basically, it has to override what is the existing law. And so this amendment would restore or preserve, I guess is a more accurate way of saying it, the current legal statute that says we only do this in the year after the census. And I think that we should really think long and hard about establishing this precedent, because if this is made easy, possible to come in here in a week or two and redo the maps, what you're going to have is not just, this year it might be because the president demands it, but 2 years from now, you can take a look at the returns and say, oh, we're starting to trend the wrong way in the 5th district. So I guess we better do a little surgery there. And literally you could have these maps being adjusted every 2 years. If you have a change in control of the legislature, you could have the maps getting redrawn year after year, and people will never be sure who their representatives actually are. And so it seems to me that we would want to think very hard about we do this precedent. So by adopting this amendment, we'd essentially be saying that we're only going to change these maps when we have new, fresh census data, and it makes sense to do it. And then we'll live with those maps until the next census data comes along.
Is there further discussion? Representative Arrington.
I too support this amendment. And I think just observing and living through this process that we're doing now, this experiment, shows that there's a lot of chaos and confusion and lack of transparency in this process. People like to know that we have a way of doing things, and if they're working, let's stay with them. I think now we have seen what kind of confusion this process of doing it mid-decade is causing. It's also setting off something like a horse race among the states, some of whom did have independent district redistricting. And now even they are beginning to switch. So I think this whole thing has been a disaster, and we need to support this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of Representative Pryor's amendment. I think that this would set a precedent and that this frequent redistricting is not needed. Clearly, from the testimony that I heard today, people are not interested in the political performances. They're interested in what is right, what is just, and what's fair. They have lost confidence in what is going on here in the state. And I think that this amendment would be something that would help to restore their confidence in the legislative system. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Amendment number 7 has been moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
Yes.
Representative Matt Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Arrington.
Yes.
Representative Pryor. Representative Payne.
No.
Representative Culp.
No.
Representative Lawson.
No.
Representative Yoakum. Representative Kyle Pierce.
No.
Representative Prescott.
No.
Representative Pressel.
No.
Representative Smaltz.
No.
Chair Wesco.
No.
And the amendment fails 4-9.
Amendment number 7 fails 4-9. Is there any further amendments? Seeing none, is there any further discussion on the bill? Representative Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to offer a few comments before we vote, and I hope that my Republican friends will take to heart. You know, I kind of go back and forth, to be honest with you, because sometimes I just get really angry and I have to really do a lot of biofeedback to not violate the rules of decorum and to maintain the spirit of civility that we try to operate on here. So I've been trying my best to do that. But it's really kind of a sense of sadness, really, that's kind of overwhelming me in this process this week. Because what's happening here is not normal. I need to remind people of that. This is not normal. It's not normal for President of the United States, concerned about a bad midterm election and losing control of the House of Representatives, to call up a state and say, you need to redraw your maps so that we can have an unfair advantage or a greater advantage in order to maintain a majority. It's even less normal for a governor to say, yeah, sounds great to me, let's do it. It's not normal then for a legislature to just roll over and say, well, if the president and the governor want it, what the heck? We know it's not popular out there, but it's all about the political power, so I guess we'll do it. It's not normal for those things to happen. And it's not normal for these maps to be changed in the middle of the decade. This process and these maps breaks numerous guidelines, conventions, laws, and I even think the state constitution. If you look at the maps themselves, the districts are not compact. It's supposed to be one of your goals, compact districts. The districts ignore communities of interest. You have people in downtown Indianapolis in districts going to the Ohio River on multiple sides. We're diluting racial minority voting power when we're legally required to consider the impacts of maps on the impact of minority voters. Testimony here completely failed to consider it when we're required to do it. We're violating the current statute, which we can amend, so I guess we'll change it, but we're doing this in mid-district when the law says you should only do it after the census. And it's not normal to have a goal to literally eliminate any representation of one political party in the US Congress. That disenfranchising of some 45% of the state who tend to vote Democratic is not normal. And you know what? It will hurt the state. You know, I spent some time out working for Congress, and it was a different time. And Dick Lugar was a U.S. Senator. And, you know, we worked together across the aisle on things that benefited our state. And we used to influence our members of Congress, senators, use their influence within their parties, within their committees to do things that were good for the state as a whole. And now we're putting all our chips on, you know, one party. All our chips are in there, right in the middle, like a big poker game. And we're really limiting public input. I mean, this map, we've been talking about a map since August, but we finally had one show up yesterday. And everyone's expected to drop everything they have, take time off from work, drive through a snowstorm to get here to tell us what they think. And I appreciate that a lot of people did, but I think there are a lot of other people who would have liked to wade in. And again, the normal convention, at least based on the 2021 system, would be to go out into each congressional district that exists today and ask people what they would like to see. But we haven't done it. Now, let me set the record straight because, well, first of all, it's not very often that I hear I don't think I've ever heard Representative Smaltz justify any policy position based on, well, I'm just being partisan and I want to give my party a big advantage. And it's grating. You're not used to hearing around here because even when people are being partisan, they don't like to admit it. Now, in Representative Smaltz's defense, the reason why you're hearing that is because it's legal strategy. Because you see, the U.S. Supreme Court said that it ruled in a case that partisan political gerrymandering is essentially a political question in which the courts are not allowed to participate. So they basically said no jurisdiction. It's not just that you'll file a suit and probably lose. You're technically not allowed to file a suit at all. And so if there's going to be a lawsuit, it usually evolves around the Voting Rights Act and the impact on racial minorities. And so if you watch all of these states across the country, it's really jarring because you'll have these legislators gleefully pronouncing their partisanship and their desire to completely give their party an advantage. And we're not used to hearing that around here. So I just want to extend my condolences to Representative Smaltz for having to implement that legal strategy, which I'm sure kind of goes against his own core. All right, so I think at some point, at least the governor decided that, well, maybe we can't just say it's because we want to be partisan. That doesn't sound too good. So then it became, we, the Republican Party, are the victims of diabolical gerrymandering in Democratic states, which is now creating an unfair situation nationally because we Republicans have been the nice, fair, non-gerrymandering people. Now, I'm sorry, folks, but that's a fantasy. That's just a fantasy. If you look at the Brennan Center, which tracks election issues, they actually went through the 2021 redistricting after the last census, and they kind of analyzed in each state who ultimately controlled what the districts ended up being and how that impact the overall, makeup of the House of Representatives, or at least the kind of the starting point for the baselines in the districts. And what they found is that the Republicans, the states where they had kind of carte blanche to do what they want, where they controlled the process, impacted 41% of the House seats. So the Republican Party was deciding what the political makeup's going to be of 41% of the districts. Then you had a number of states that had independent commissions that were independent of the legislature and drawing the maps. That was another 19% of all the House seats. So if you add those two alone, 60% of the House seats were determined by either the Republicans or an independent commission. If you look at the Democratic states, 11% of the seats controlled by states where the Democrats had the ability to decide on their own what they wanted to do. There was also bipartisan commissions that had people from both sides on it. There were court cases impacting things, harder to sort out which side. Sometimes the Democrats got the best part of the court case, sometimes the Republicans. Same thing with this bipartisan commission in some states. But if you add those up, that's another 27% of the House seats that are being determined by court rulings, court masters, or some kind of bipartisan commission. So the idea that the Republicans are victims of Democratic states just makes sense. I mean, Massachusetts gets thrown out there. Oh, they're horrible. There are no Republicans up there. You know that that map was signed by a Republican governor? They could have overridden his veto. They had the ability to do that. And the courts were involved, I think, is probably why they decided they had to compromise. They probably had the courts breathing down their neck. But at the end of the day, a Republican governor signed those Massachusetts maps. So I think we need to stop spreading that false information. This is not needed to somehow reinstall fairness across the country. The situation we have is the current Congress is not addressing the real concerns of people, and the current president, in many instances, his policies are making it worse. And we have a governor and a legislature here in Indiana which is not doing much better. Because of that, you can tell the people are dissatisfied, and the people would like to have their needs addressed. And so they're counting the days till the next election so their voices can be heard. But you know what? If this legislature passes this new map, a lot of those voices are going to be muffled. They're not going to have any impact. And then what are you going to have? Can you imagine 2027, that new House of Representatives majority, maybe by only a few seats, and all the political scientists telling you the only reason why the Republicans have the majority is because all of these states redid their maps? Because they'll keep score, they'll figure it out. What is that going to do to our institutions of democracy? The House of Representatives is not going to have legitimacy. People are not going to have faith in it. People are not going to want to respect the laws they pass. It's going to undermine the very institutions that have kept our democracy going. And we don't have to be a party to it here in Indiana. We don't have to do it. We can simply say, no thanks. Let's go out and compete. Let's have the big knockdown, drag-out fights we have every 2 years, arguing who's best able to be stewards of this state and meet the needs of the people. Let's have the argument. Let's have the debate. And then let's let people decide. And quite honestly, there will be siding already on maps tilted in the favor of the majority party. I'm just saying, let's not make it any worse. Let's not undermine people's faith in government. Let's do the right thing, and let's vote no on this bill.
Is there further discussion? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about political performances. We've heard a lot about what other states are doing. We've heard about what Texas has done and is doing. However, one thing that we haven't discussed is in Texas, the lower court blocked redistricting these on the basis of a letter that was sent to Governor Abbott demanding racial coalition districts be dismantled. Basically, what that did was it exposed that the maps were strategically done to disengage racial Black and brown people and to gerrymander those districts. My question is, was a similar letter sent to those individuals here in the state? Like, was a letter sent to Governor Braun? Was one sent to Speaker Houston? Was a letter sent to President Pro Tem or any of the other state official office holders here in the state? And if that letter was sent, then you all need to produce it. We don't need to have to follow along like sheeple. We should have a backbone, and we should stand up and do what is right, what is just, and what is fair for those Hoosiers instead of being expected and following along to get along. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promoted you, didn't I? I said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I'm just baffled. I was baffled by quite a bit of stuff that I learned today, and quite frankly, disappointed. Disappointed in that, well, surprised to learn that we don't have, or the data that was used is not the most up-to-date census data. And I think, if I remember correctly, is some data that the Republican Party or redistricting group had came up with. I was surprised to hear about that. And I was surprised and disappointed to hear that there is no consideration, quite frankly, given to whether or not these maps would be constitutional and whether or not they whether or not the Voting Rights Act was taken into consideration for these maps. Instead, what we learned today was that, well, the courts can take care of it. If there's a lawsuit that is filed, the courts can sort it out. But then we have a provision in here where we tie the hands of the courts. So on the one hand, we want the courts to sort out a mess that we're creating ourselves, but we're going to pretty much tell the courts how to handle this. And that to me seems like a problem. We have the separation of government, 3 branches of government. There is a reason for that. And the reason for that is to ensure that there is a checks and balance. But what the legislature, or what this bill is saying, we don't want to check. And quite frankly, that's pretty much in line with what is happening in DC. We have an executive in office that does not want to have a check either from the judicial standpoint or even from the legislative standpoint. And this bill seems like it's falling in line with that. The other thing that's disappointing to me is not recognizing the importance of minority voters to have a voice in who they represent. And you only have to look at Marion County to see that this is a racially gerrymandered map. It's right there, is obvious. You don't have to talk about how you feel. You can see it in black and white. If it's if it's on paper, then you know that it's there. And so in black and white, we're seeing that racial minorities in Marion County will not have an opportunity to elect someone who looks like them, who will represent them in their values right here in Marion County. And so with that, we're violating the Voting Rights Act. And the fact that seems to be something that people are okay with, it just seems like that is a problem for me. And my mother, she always say, you know, we're reaching another bottom. And it seems like every session now, unfortunately, there is one bill or one policy that goes to another bottom. And this right here is going to another bottom. No one asked for this. The one person that asked for this doesn't live in Marion County, doesn't live in Indiana, can't vote for any of us. We can vote for him, but he can't vote for us. And instead of us having Hoosier values as what we're standing up for, we're just being a puppet for someone in DC that really doesn't care about us, they care about policy. People elected us to look out for them. Our priority should be Hoosiers. And what I'm hearing today is the priority is not Hoosiers. The priority isn't the people that voted for us. The priority isn't the people that pay our paycheck. The priority is political gain. The priority is getting congressional districts. And the priority is pleasing Trump. I think it's important, and I keep hearing this, and it's very misleading and inaccurate, quite frankly. When we talk about, well, we need to be doing this because California and other blue states are doing it. Well, the only reason why those states are doing it is because Texas did. And I think it's important for us to put the blame where the blame is. And the blame is on Texas. If Texas had not did mid-decade redistricting, we wouldn't be here. We would not be here had it not been for Texas. And there are other red states that have moved forward with these redrawing of maps mid-decades. To my knowledge, there has not been a Democrat state, blue state, that has these maps redone. But there are a lot of Republican states that have. So I think it's very disingenuous to put this on the Democrat states or to say, well, there's 9-0 Democrats in one particular state or another. Well, maybe it is. But if that was done after the census, it was done appropriately. It wasn't done inappropriately. And it wasn't done against the Constitution of a state like this one, this particular bill. And obviously, we know that there is something being done illegally, because if we were not doing something illegally, then we wouldn't have in this bill, again, in the synopsis, the first thing trying to make these maps legal. So we know we're doing something illegal. We're just trying to clean it up while in the process of the bill passing. So this is it's mind-boggling to me. It's very disappointing to me that we're in a place where we are putting politics and partisanship over what people value and over what people sent us here for. People did not send us here to be a Republican or a Democrat. People sent us here to make life better for them. And what we're seeing is we have people that are suffering, and we're not coming back in special session. We're not doing anything to help those people who are making that emergency and make that a priority. But what we are making a priority is trying to get more power and control. And that is very shameful.
Representative Arrington.
I've been a state legislator for quite a number of years. And something that I hear every year is vote your district. Pay attention to what your constituents want. And what I'm seeing here today makes me feel that that's not what some of you are going to be voting, the way you'll be voting. I mean, we've heard loud and clear through the polls that Hoosiers don't want this mid-session redistricting. And my inbox and my phone calls from constituents tell me that same thing, and I would guess that yours are very similar to mine. And when you listen to the testimony today, it's the same thing. So who are we listening to if we vote yes on this? Well, as someone else already pointed out, it's not a Hoosier, it's somebody out in Washington. It's the president, who is the one person who is driving this taxi. And I think as Hoosiers, we need to stand up and say, I'm sticking with the people of Indiana. I'm voting no on this bill.
Is there further discussion? Before I recognize Representative Smaltz to close on the legislation, I just have a few comments. This committee almost didn't take up this issue, but it wasn't President Trump that convinced me to do it. It was President Obama. when President Obama chose to wage a public relations campaign to urge voters in California to overturn their constitution and their nonpartisan redistricting commission so that they could erase Republican seats. It was Governor Pritzker in Illinois whose gross hypocrisy, after Illinois created outrageous-looking districts to erase 3 Republican seats in the 2021 redistricting process. I don't like these rules, but I didn't make these rules. Representative Smaltz to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank everyone who took the time to be here today. I took detailed notes throughout the hearing to share with my colleagues who are not on the committee as they may wish. I appreciate the members of the committee for their engagement. I appreciate our staff for their hard work. The discussion and testimony offered both today and throughout the lead up to this hearing have been sincere and passionate, regardless of where you stand on the issue. And while we may disagree on how to get there, I believe we all share a common goal, and that is doing what is best for Indiana and what is best for the United States. Everyone here cares deeply about being heard. This isn't the process any of us would prefer, nor the timeline we'd choose, but it's the process before us. Throughout it, I've done my very best to listen, to follow the rules, to be authentic, to be honest, and to be straightforward. I've heard fair points from all sides. Judy Wilson noted that redistricting could affect the customer service model, and I sincerely hope that should House Bill 1032 pass, those elected to serve will dedicate themselves fully to meeting the needs of their constituents. Evan Barney raised valid concerns about the cost, concerns I share, and Kate Sweeney Bell highlighted the challenges of implementation at the local level, which is an issue that deserves careful attention. I trust that all the members have been thoughtful in their deliberations, considering both where we stand today and where we hope to be in the future. I believe House Bill 1032 follows our rules, our laws, the intent the framers of the Constitution, and the precedent set by the Supreme Court of the United States. And I believe House Bill 1032 represents the best path forward. So I respectfully ask for your support in advancing this bill out of committee and onto the House floor for further discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
The bill has been moved and seconded. Call the roll.
Representative Jackson.
No.
Representative Matt Pierce.
No.
Representative Arrington.
No.
Representative Pryor. Representative Payne.
Yes.
Representative Culp.
Aye.
Representative Lawson.
Yes.
Representative Yocum.
No.
Representative Kyle Pierce.
Yes.
Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Representative Pressel.
Yes.
Representative Smaltz.
Yes.
And Chair Wesco.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor and 5 opposed.
The bill passes 8 to 5.
Yes.
We are adjourned.